Well, good morning. I trust the turkey coma is wearing off. It's a Monday morning. It's December 1st. Whoa, 2025. Imagine that. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun, eh? Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I trade live from now, 8 o'clock every trading day morning through 1500 every trading day afternoon. I take no trades off the stream. This is a commitment for complete transparency and accountability. I stream to YouTube so that I can review the stream on any device, which is really handy. Obviously, if I'm standing here for, 10, 11 hours every day, it's nice to be able to review the stream elsewhere, and also adds to the transparency and the accountability. I trade live on a live funded account funded by me with AMP brokerage, AMP futures. But I do not, I'm not licensed or, to give financial or trade advice. So that's not the point of the stream. The point of the stream is my live trading virtual journal. And I'm happy to share that. Hopefully I'm completely transparent with everything I'm doing and thinking, and I hope that is either entertaining or helps or whatever else. Now, let's see here. Everything seems to be okay. So let's get on with the numbers, which we're starting to finally get. That's kind of nice, isn't it? These boys and girls are back to work, and apparently there's a big exodus back there. Some of the House of Representatives people they're resigning like flies. I think they're up to 7 of them now, or something like that. Pretty incredible. I don't know what's going on, but never a dull moment, eh? So what we've got here for, bear with me a little this morning. I've switched browsers, which is kind of a unique idea, but let's get to the numbers, which are here. Just quickly, I've switched to Edge for the first time in, I don't know, 15, 20 years from Chrome. I discovered from some analysis over this long weekend that Chrome is a real memory hog, and the longer you have it open, as I have these two reports and things open all day long, it continues to suck up memory and resources. So surprisingly, Edge is now considered to be one of the most lightweight and yet still secure browsers. So I switched to Edge here. I'm in the process of that over the weekend. We've got the S&P 500, PMI, and construction spending, and all of those coming out at the top of the hour. 8:45 actually, and then the top of the hour. And Atlanta Fed is coming out at 12 o'clock and 8 o'clock tonight, 2000 hours. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2000 hours. We have Fed Chair Powell is speaking. This is investing.com, which is all of the news sources that I use are live and free. Now, this is a bit delayed because I don't pay for the subscription. And my thinking is that any utilities that I have here, except Bookmap and IRT, obviously, are free, so that if anybody wants to use them, they can. And not be restricted by, paying for them, etc. The other one that and you can filter these for wherever you are, whatever reports you want. There's, countries, time zones, reports, anything you want to do here. And also then we have earnings, nothing really spectacular out, excuse me, this week. I'm going to have to filter this because earnings obviously is not No, it's filtering, right? Okay. We still have some earnings out, so that's continuing. And obviously, we had the holidays. The other news source I use, which is also, again, free, is Financial Juice, filtered for the things I find interesting and important. And here they are. Now, Financial Juice has a similar docket feature here on the left, but more of a live, albeit delayed a bit, Squawk Box feature here on the right. Another thing that Financial Juice does, which IRT does not do, for example, if Trump or someone, Rubio, is going to speak through the day, or the press conference decide they're going to have one, they tend to try to add them to the docket here in Financial Juice, which is good, because obviously we want advanced warning about potential risk to the auction. IRT does not. IRT. Investing.com does not. They just do the what the hell is going on here? Oh, this son of a bitch. When I changed the filters, it jumped back to all the old ones. Now you see all of India and everybody else on here. I'll have to change this. This is the new browser. Sorry about that. So there we have the reports. Now let's look at the pre-market, which is what we're here for anyway, isn't it? IRT. I was doing some stuff through this morning. Excuse me. Maybe I'm not over the turkey comb yet. Here we have the, I guess we're streaming. Yes, we are. Let me make sure about that. Fresh live. There we go. All right. Yes, we are. Let me test the chat here quickly. Okay, pretty quick. That's a pretty quick, very little delay or lag this morning. That's good. Okay, seems like everything's working after the long weekend and all the changing around I did on the back end here. Anyway, back to the number of the pre-market here. We have a big sell-off, gapped up, and then a big sell-off, and now we're trading just down here on the lows, basically at the. Now remember, I filtered my data. This is Wednesday last week. This is today. This is the overnight starting at 1700 last night. Right now, excuse me. Starting, so this is the 30th, right? At 1700. Okay. And then this was last Wednesday. So we're basically trading right around the value area low from Wednesday. It was kind of a crazy holiday. I don't like holidays. I scrub the data and, whatever. It's a waste of everything. What you see here, if you can make it out on the volume profile, or you can clearly see it on the market profile, is that we're in a big B-shaped pattern, which is long liquidation. What's happening here? Well, we opened up here, and we're down here, and we're selling the hell out of things on the bottom. What's that mean? The longs are liquidating. Pretty easy, huh? This is the MES. This is the M in Q, micros. Micro ES high time frame chart, or my micro composite. Now this chart is daily RTH session only and daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw the volume profile around it. Where price doesn't overlap, starts a new MC potentially, which is right here. We did not close the gap on Wednesday from Tuesday. So here we are. This automatically generates the high and low volume nodes here, which are represented by the red and green lines, just the highs and the lows of the RTH session, volume profile. And those values push automatically to bookmap. It also generates a micro composite VPOC, 67, 66 half. I'll check and make sure that's over there. And highs and lows, all-time highs, all that stuff. And this is the market profile. I plot the exact same configuration here of charts for the ES, the mini. Same configuration exactly. What's going on here? This doesn't look right, does it? Oh, you know what this didn't do? This son of a bitch didn't scrub that. Look at there. It didn't. It did not, on this particular chart, it did not scrub the holiday. You see there? So we're going to do that right now. And here's how you go about it. It's pretty tough. You go scrub holidays. There you go. Wasn't that easy? IRT is kind of expensive and it's complicated. It's got a pretty steep learning curve, but it's got some real handy features. You know, absolutely. I did all that once before, but I probably didn't save them all. And I just restarted and re-downloaded the data. So let's get back here. Anyway, the next thing that's pushed automatically to bookmap are the session prices from IRT. Let's get to bookmap, shall we? Well, we're fairly normal on volume, and we're down across the board, except for gold. What a surprise. And I'm going to be changing my data supply, so some of these will go away. My feed. So let's look at bookmap. Here we go, bookmap. Okay, what is bookmap? I only plot two instruments, ES and MES. That's all I trade, and I try to keep it as light and lean and active and up to the second as I can. I don't need to have 1,000 tabs up here. I'm not trading them. Why look, right? I can see everything on IRT. First and foremost is I slap this very, very super secret, highly proprietary indicator on the first print of every session. And I do that by going vertical line. And this is just a visual cue for me. When I glance left, if I see Blue Boy over here, I know that I have the complete session in view on the heat map chart, which is what I want to have happen. Therefore, I have complete understanding of the context of this current session. What happened? We traded up and then we sold off hard all night, and then London showed up and here we are. But we're trading right around the bottoms. And remember, as I said yesterday, here's the POC, there's the value area low, and look where we are. Amazing, isn't it? Okay, here is the DOME, ladder, price book, whatever you want to call it. Simply the price ladder with resting liquidity, which is these high and low volume nodes, or these high volume areas are reflected by the heat map, which is just a graphic representation of the resting liquidity of the book. This is the micro composite column where I enter these values manually from the micro composite chart in IRT. As I said, what did I say that volume profile was? 67, 66 half is the MC. So we need to go way down below us. We'll do that in a minute. Here's the high and the gap high, gap low, which didn't get taken out. And these are the high and low volume nodes. Full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at, excuse me, at 8:30. Remember, all my times are Central Standard Time that I refer to. You see on my charts, whatever. High and low, this is my notes column, which is quite important to me. And the first thing I do here is set the title of the notes column to the open type for the day expected for the RTH session. How do we determine that? It's real simple. There's only 4 open types: higher out of range, which was gap up on Wednesday; higher in range, lower out of range, which is a gap down. So what How do we figure that out? There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, here's price, huh? If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close, which is, come on. Let's see. Well, trust me, it's below us. And how would it compare to the previous RTH range? It's within range between the RTH high and low. So we are lower. So it's lower in range. So the next thing I do, or whatever, change the column title to lower in range. And why do I do that? Because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can look at the title of that column and it gives me all the information that I feel is important, basically, you know, the prime or the key information for the overnight session. The next thing I do then is you'll see all the statistics down here, which we entered on Wednesday, next to their associated session prices, which are pushed from IRT, as we clear the notes column in, because we're going to put in all new ones here today. There you go. Now, the next thing, order of business, I guess you could say, is the IRT session prices, which are these. And they're pushed automatically from IRT. I start the system at 1700 on Sunday evening, and it goes continuously until 1600 on Friday afternoon. And if anybody would like these session prices, I share them freely with a whole bunch of people in different places, and happy to share them freely here. Just let me know in the chat and I'll hook you up. A couple of people have done so recently. Here is the heat map, okay? Let me first say that I don't use any indicators on either IRT or Bookmap. The heat map and my methodology or approach to trading is completely straightforward, simple, logical, based on data and probabilities, period. Price data and probabilities, period. And I mean that literally. The prices that you see here on the heat map and on my IRT, these levels, this is the POC for the overnight in this case, and there's one below us for the RTH. That is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 1375 is where 4,823 contracts have traded. 4,023 contracts. Or whatever, you know, whatever, there were 48,000. The minute that we have 48,024 somewhere else, or 4,824 somewhere else up here, this line's going to move there. Simple. There's an RTH Globex. VWAP. Jesus, Globex and VWAP RTH. VWAP is the volume weighted average price. I guess you could call these indicators because they are calculated, but it's real basic. Nothing like moving averages, trend lines, you know, stochastic, all the Fibonacci and all that stuff. And here we have the mid price for the RTH session. The only other lines that you'll see on here that are not just identified strictly by their name are the high and low volume, or the IB high and low, which we'll see if we can find one of them here. They're pretty much hiding, I think, under here. This is all, the data is kind of messed up and out of whack because of the holiday. Well, trust me, there's an IB high and an IB low. And the IB high and the IB low are nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Period. And I'm sorry I can't spot one here. There's one under laying under here. Right now, the data is all goofed up. Not goofed up, but it's out of whack because we've had so many days of, you know, holidays and stuff. But trust me, that's where they are. And they're very simple. So let's look at the statistics now. Ooh, well, we got to do something else here. We've got to do the TLab snap. And you ask what that is, rightfully so. It is a book map. The TLab itself is a book map Discord chat room. It was started by a guy named, and is continues to be maintained by a guy named Tom B. And he is reportedly a professional trader. Got 46 plus years of experience here. And I believe that he is excuse me, I'm going to sneeze here. Hold on. I believe that he's the real deal. Now, let me point out to you that he does not trade live, nor does he call trades. And the TLab is a Discord site, or, sponsored by Bookmap. The snap that I push there is this, every day at 8:20. And I post the numbers about 6 o'clock over there. And this is just to give those folks a idea of where we are, where we're going, and what all the numbers might possibly be that they don't already have if they don't have a similar kind of charting. So there you go. I'm sure you're never going to see a copy of Tom's account anywhere, and I don't think you're ever going to see a wrapped Lambo over there either. And if you want to go there, check it out. It's a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It's the only place I recommend, because you're never solicited for anything by Tom or anyone in there. Remember, bear in mind, it's sponsored by Bookmap, so obviously they want you to sign up for Bookmap. And by the way, I got to send those guys an email here today. Black Friday sale, 50% off, and I think they invoiced me the last Wednesday or something for the full price on the subscription here. I was going to go with the live thing, but I did not. So anyway, let's do the statistics quickly. And they are from the Statistic study. And here we opened on Wednesday. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type. We've determined now it's going to be lower in range, right? So the statistics are quite simple. It looks back at 1,628 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened lower in range 477 of them. Of the days we opened lower in range, we revisited price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times. Watch this, really complicated. Overnight volume point of control 80.7. You ready? Be careful. Ooh, there you go. That's all there is to it. Now, I'm just going to go down the list. The next order of business up here, well, it's actually above it, is 82.4 for the overnight mid. Does that, it's kind of interesting. Anyway, overnight mid, there's 82.4. I think I'm off a tick, but let's see. No, there we go. Previous close is 74.0, which I couldn't find a minute ago, and I still don't see it over here. Let's see, it should be way up above us, actually. That's my problem. I was looking the wrong freaking direction here. I don't know why we're not doing it. I can't see what's going on here. And there was our gap up. Oh, no. I'm sorry. It is below us. I don't see the previous close here anywhere, and I'm not going to struggle around looking for it for today. IB high, not going to worry about. Mid. POC overnight low is 66.9. That one we can find. I hate holidays, by the way. And overnight high, 51.4. Now, let me point out that these are just statistics based on a, what did I say, 51.4. These are just statistics based on a data set of 1,650 days and how many days we revisited each one of these levels. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand, but hey, 82.4% of the time we revisited the overnight mid. What do you suppose the probabilities of revisiting the overnight mid are? Probably pretty good, eh? I would say so. All right, let's get on to something else now. I'm not going to be trading this morning right off the bat anyway, so let's get on to the something a little more important, I think, which is being able to trade with Bookmap, eh? I guess that's the point of all this. The first thing you need to do to trade with Bookmap is to activate the trade control panel. You select a method that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. Chart, only the active data column. DOM, only the DOM columns, and both is, as you might imagine, both columns. The next thing I do is activate the multi-brackets, which is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied, and I find it a real good idea to do this. Now, this is that a 2-lot package is the smallest risk-neutral package you can use because you need to use an even number of contracts. 2 lots. The next thing you need to determine, and you need to do this during your homework period, away from the live trading sessions, certainly before now. The market's going to open in 3.5 minutes. You need to determine the number, your stop loss for the total package, and that is based on your risk account, your account risk parameters, what instrument you're trading, what's the volatility of the market, are the numbers, what. You need to have this all figured out long in advance in your homework studies. After this package is established, the first risk-neutral scale is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. The minute you achieve this top profit target, or T1, the trade is risk-neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch. Won't cost you anything but commission. If you want to tweak it up 1 tick, you can do that. And then there's the runner, and you can have, 4 lots, whatever you want to do. Set this up any gazillion amount of ways you want to go. That's it. Now, the next thing I do, I don't need the trade control tools anymore, so I confirm the package size. I have all of the metrics up here, which you can turn this off or on. I confirm the package size, and I tick the button. Now it stays green, the padlock stays open because we selected a method to trade with the mouse, but I get the real estate back and I get a cancel and close. Now we're ready to trade with the mouse on Bookmap, and we're going to open in 1.5 minutes. And let's see if this volume profile resets, which I doubt it will, but anyway, so what? You can trade with your keyboard by hotkeys anytime you want to, after you've set those up, as long as you've activated the trade control panel somehow or another. Let me just say that if you do that, you must have the computer focus on the application here. You can't be looking at Bookmap or your email or something, then turn around and suddenly just use your head. You can't hotkey an order. And I will say that the reason I've converted to trading with a mouse, I believe it's much more accurate and faster. So let's get ready to rumble. We're going to open in about less than a minute. I'll start bitching and complaining here pretty quick when I yeah, I probably forgot something. I'm still groggy. I'm a groggy doggy, so let's go. Let's rock. Let's roll. I think we closed these, but I'm not sure. MCVPOC from the 12th. Up above us, there's one down below us. I'm not going to look now. We're going to open it in 15 seconds. Okay, boys and girls. Welcome to the stream again. By the way, there we go. There's the open, and we didn't reset, and that's not unusual. There we did. Now, let me say that okay. Sorry, yeah. This is why I stream and journal with the stream. I want to have all the data that I think is important to trade in front of me. I don't want to be zooming in and out. And as you might tell, I don't multitask well anymore, so this saves me from typing and screen snapping and stuff in a journal. And I believe journaling is very important. So here we go. Now I'm going to change the charting from full session to RTH session. It's really tough with IRT. You go like this right here. Boom. And there we go. There's Wednesday, the 26th, and here is today, the 1st. Oh, by the way, welcome to December. Our 18 days of trading for November are over with. I hope you've done your statistics, your homework. You know all about that. You've got everything in place. And we're off to a new month. Aren't we cute? God damn, I'm trying to get rid of this. Where did show go? Info box. I don't want the toolbar. There we are. I hate that toolbar popping up all the time because I don't ever use it. Sorry about that, but you know. And now let's do the same thing over here on the minis. And I'll explain why I do this. God damn it. I'll explain why I do this. Come on. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what can I tell you? I do this because there is a relationship between the value area and the developing value areas that is affected by the session sequence. And what I mean by that is now we have the IB high and the IB low, you see over here, but they're all scrunched up. Let's get up. Let's open this up a little bit. Maybe we can see one of them. There we go. There's the IB high and there's the IB low. Remember what I said? They are simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. There's statistics around those, but that ship has sailed, so we're not going to worry about that anymore. And what else am I going to do? Who's on duty? Where's Blue Boy? Where's that sneaky devil at? Turn your head. Unless you paid for this indicator. Love that. I'll quit, I promise. So there we have Blue Boy on the first printer, pretty close to it. Again, nothing more than just gives me the ability to glance left, and if I see that line, I know that I have the full session in view, and that's what's important to me for the point of view of context. I used to track with the VPOC migration flags, like right here, for example. Boom, boom. Let me start over. Obviously, throughout the day, the POC moves around. Remember the definition of the POC. It's just the high and low of the first. The POC is the price at which the most contracts have traded. So when we opened, the most contracts had traded down here. Then we went up here, the most contracts traded, and now it came down here. Simple. The line continues to plot. We refer to that euphemistically as the yellow brick road. What does that do? It lets you know what this price, you can think of this price as retail or the most value. You know, it's by definition, it's the mean, it's the most contracts have traded. So everybody thought up here was a good price to trade. Then everybody thought down here was okay price to trade. Then they thought down here, then for a split second, then they went back up here, and that's all there is to it. So this yellow line just keeps track of where this price has been, up and down, where this volume has been. Down here was down here, then it was down here, then it was up here, then now it's over here. That's all there is to it. You can easily, convince all your friends you're a wizard by saying, well, prices POC is going to shift up here around 21.5 in a few minutes. Well, yeah, because all it's got to do is get 100 more contracts up here at this price level. There's the volume. Here's where it is now at $12.99. The minute this says 12 or 1300, this is going to shift up here. Simple. That's all there is to it. Remember, price, data. That's it. You can tell them all how the IB is going to shift. Whatever. It's not mystical or magical. I'd like it to be that way, but it's not. And good morning. One thing about the stream, I'm only in it for the likes and subs. I'm not monetized in any way. It is my virtual journal. I hope it can help someone or is entertaining, or somebody says that guy's out of his freaking mind, whatever, That's not the point. As much as that sounds selfish, I'm doing this for me. This is my virtual journal because I think journaling is important. A record of what I do, fully transparent and fully accountable, is important. And if it helps somebody else, that's great. Okay, but let me just, the theory behind streaming this live stream as my journal is I capture everything on my videos, right? And my voiceover here provides insight as to what I'm thinking at that time. That's how I get what my thoughts are into the stream. So it is my virtual journal. I can listen to this and see what I was watching and hear what I was thinking at the time. And sometimes go, right on, good, you made some progress there. And the next time I'm going, what are you, smoking crack? What is the deal here, Yeah, it's crazy sometimes when the emotion, when Monkey Boy shows up, I'm very vigilant about not reacting to that as far as trading. But, it's all things we'll talk about as the day progresses here. But, yeah, there we go. Well, what happened? So we took out the overnight volume point of control, which moved, by the way, up here as we open. No, this is the RTH session. I'm sorry. We did take out just quickly, right? There's our 80.2, and wherever the mid went up here, that got taken out also. No, it hasn't. There's a mid up here. We haven't traded up for it. Boy, I'm off base, and I better just shut up maybe, huh? Anyway, back to the stream. I'm not monetized in any way. The voiceover is the way that I get my thoughts at the moment into the stream. And if any of it's helpful, super. So, like, subscribe, comment for sure. Whatever. Where are you? You're out of your mind. I think that's a great idea. Whatever it is. And I share everything 100% clearly and transparently. My strategy, how I'm going to trade, when I enter, what my stop target are, why I entered there, everything. And it's all live. This is, now, let me point something out. This is a live AMP futures trading account funded by me. When we start to look at the trading system that is plotting, I'll explain how that thing works. But anything you see over here is alive and well and done by me. And let's see if I can show you in case you're not familiar with. There's none of them. Oh, here's something important for you to know as if you're a YouTube watcher and somebody's doing Bookmap, if you don't see all of the, what instrument they're on, and down here in the corner, live data, real time, trading is real. If you don't see this stuff, be really careful. And why I'm going to point that out to you is Bookmap has a really great facility to, you can replay and trade the market just as if it's exactly live. So some scammers do that. Not a live trade like myself, because it's impossible to do, or I think so. But let me show you what you can watch for over here. And the reason I'm doing this is I wanted to show you how Bookmap graphically displays a trade. And it does the same thing in replay mode as it does in live mode, but I want to show you how to spot the difference. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. So here we go. I always do that. This is replay over this weekend. You see the screen snap the 28th of November at 8:42 p.m. when I was doing this, testing something out. Here's Bookmap. Here's how the trade is graphically represented. There's the entry. There's the stop. There's T1 and there's T2. I was trying a new technique. This is not typically how my bracket order sets up. But you can see everything. You can see any movement in the stop, any movement in the profit targets. All of that is graphically represented. But here's something real important for you to notice. You see this blue line right here? That's the progress bar of the replay. And here's the open data file where you selected which day you're going to replay, and here's the controls and all that. But you stop and think about it. If somebody just copied this area right here, you'd never know if that was replay or not. Also, data replay, trading simulated down here at the bottom. So if you see somebody that's just screen snapping a little thing like this, go, excuse me, could you just show me the entire application, please? Because you're going to know whether they're trying to scam you or not. And it can be real. Here's a playback mode. Here's another one down here if you get them to show you the statistics module. But the reason I'm putting this up here now is so you see how any trade is graphed or presented by Bookmap. All right. So back to the business at hand. What happened over here? This looks like it's kind of confusing. Come on. Oh, what is going on with you? Why are you doing this? Okay, get up here now. Don't be bashful. Atta girl. There you go. Okay. So here we are. We're on the daily session, the RTH session only. We can open these up a little bit now. Micro composite thing. We have a little bit of a delay, but not much. That's good. I was trying to shut stuff off. I tried to streamline my computer, remove telemetry, did a bunch of stuff with Windows 11. That's why I switched browsers. I'm, call me paranoid. What can I tell you? So here we have now, what I'm trying to do is get to something else over here. That's irritating. I wish they would put a button here where you could just resize this goddamn thing. I like to have 1 point high, and I can only get, there we go. Jesus criminy, that was tough, wasn't it? All right, the old guys, they're fun to watch, I guess. what I wanted to do was I want to make sure the blue boy's always in view and that I'm about 1 point high. That gives me an indication of scale or a consistency in scale that I can relate to. I find how big is it? If you don't look at the price ladder, how much travel was here? Is that a big move? Is that a little move? Is that no move? What? Well, this is about 15 handles, right? There's the IB high, there's 28, and this is what? 12. 15 handles across here. But you don't know that, and with Bookmap, you can get screwed in real tight, and as a result, get in trouble, or at least I can. Oh, and I'm on the wrong freaking window. You can tell I had a weekend. Yeah. Never mind. So anyway, it was a good weekend. It's cold here this morning. It's, cold for here. Temps to drop on Tuesday. I don't like that at all. There's animals outside and water, stuff to drain and whatnot else. It's 44 F here now, which is about 9 C. Okay, what have I forgotten to do? Something, I suppose. Let's just check. What is going on now? So let's take a run through the roses here now that I've gotten everybody thoroughly confused. Here's Bookmap, the heat map, these gradations or, highlights here are graphical representations of resting liquidity in the order book. Right here there's 179 contracts at the 30 handle, and guess what? There's a big long line there's a big graph there that they came into the market early. IB high, IB low. Real mysterious. You got to pay me a lot of money to find out what that means. Old market profile acronym, initial balance high, initial balance low. Nothing more complicated than a marker of the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, which starts at 8:30 in the morning Central Standard Time and continues through 1600 in the afternoon, period. In the first 1 hour, this price goes up with price. This level goes up, marker goes up with price. It's now going to jump up here pretty quick. And low is going to go down. Simple. At the end of the first 1 hour, they don't move anymore. Then a statistic associated with that is in play, but we'll talk about that later. Nothing complicated, believe me. I'm not saying trading's easy, but it doesn't have to be overwhelmingly. You don't have to overwhelm yourself with thousands of anchored VWAPs and all this kind of stuff. You can just use price, the levels, volume, and do fairly well, I think. One thing I'll point out, if you notice it, is that the IB high line here is higher now than the IB high. And in a minute, they're both going to jump up here, one before the other. And that's not a bug. That is a known behavior, because the data for this price indicator level, this line level indicator you buy from Bookmap, this is a Cloud Notes column, which is part of Bookmap and which I push. The data for this and the data for this flag, you see how they just out-lumped each other, are pushed simultaneously from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap. But the refresh time in the Cloud Notes column is the minimum refresh time is a minute. And the boys and girls who coded this line over here obviously did it in less time. So at first I saw that, I thought, holy crap, what's this? And I worked out what the deal is. And they're both pushed by or driven by the exact same data from my IRT. So there you go. Okay. It's 8:50. We're going to have a number at the top of the hour. Remember that. Let me point out something about, I didn't change it. I did a lot of backtesting homework this weekend, but I didn't do some things that I probably should, like update my chapter marker, add some column name. Let me point out to you something that's pretty important here about the stream and me and whatever else. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. Tudo bem. Yeah, it was, we had sushi, man. We went to the Japanese market early and bought a bunch of salmon and unagi and saba and whatnot, and came home, and my wife made a big plate of sushi and sashimi. That was our Thanksgiving. It was great, actually. I got a lot done as far as backtesting and, converting stuff around and things. But yeah, I hope you had a good, well, I guess it wasn't a weekend over there, but it was in a sense, it was a weekend because there wasn't much trading. Yeah, so let me get back to where I was until I saw Antonio had joined. Anytime I make comments about, things, there's no political intent. Now I'm trying to get used to the right browser here. And let me say what I mean by that. We as traders know, damn, I wish that hadn't happened. I don't know why this is doing this. Oh, I do know why this is doing this. We as traders, damn, why did it do that? I had all this stuff fixed earlier this morning. Anyway, we as traders know, well, I hope you do, that the, what the hell? Go away. What is all of this noise? Yeah, Edge. I'm not a good Edge guy. I switched to Edge. I talked about this later. I switched to Edge because it is supposedly the lightest. Chrome is a big problem with data. It continues to update stuff and use up RAM in the background. Anyway, we know by the scheduled reports and things that we have what the potential risks are for the day to our market, our auction. For example, I hope you know this, that every Friday, the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, we get the non-farm payroll report, which is one of the most important market-moving metrics that we have. And that's scheduled years in advance. We are now in a situation where we have what I refer to as unidentified critical risk, and that is somebody dropping out of the sky with some random bit of news that just tips the market on its head. Unplanned, unannounced, unscheduled, unidentified. Unfortunately, it's pretty much always something from our administration. This right here, 10 o'clock in the morning, Trump posted a tweet on his social media thing, whatever that's called, and the market sold off 227.75 handles in the blink of an eye. Turns out it was not based on anything. The reason he said he was going to put this big imposition on China, whatever, didn't happen, and he never did it. So that's his business. He can tweet whatever he wants. But this is, if you're in a long and you're not ready for it, you had a really bad day right here. That's called unidentified critical risk. And it's not, when I say that, it's got nothing to do with politics. You don't know, nor will you ever know who I voted for, and nor should I you. That's your business, right? But when I refer to unidentified critical risk, that's important to realize and to know. And that's why. One of the things, and that takes me back to, now where the hell am I? Now I'm all confused. That takes me back to financial juice here. And as I said in the early part of the stream, financial juice adds as best they can non-financial events that may pop up. And they add them to the docket, whereas investing.com does not. And I'm going to fix investing.com the minute we're looking somewhere else. So that's, I hope I had it on the right window. I'm sleepy this morning, whatever. Anyway, you get the point. It's not political, but be really, really, really cautious about exposing your account to risk in this market environment. Only take vetted A+ setups, always have a bracket in the market, never, and make sure if you're trading a live account, make sure your bracket is certain, your stops and targets are server side. Because who the hell knows, right? And here we go. Oh boy, we're having fun now. We sold off hard, and what are we going to do? Ooh, we're going to take back some of it. Responsive buying to take profit. Okay. I'll swig a coffee or something here now. See if I start to wake up a little bit. There we go. Okay, what are we doing? Well, there's the open. What's our context for the day so far? Looks to me up, eh? Do you think shorting would be a good idea today? So far, no. I gotta see if these levels are actually breached or not. We can go look over here. Now, you see, the way I do this is that's the date. That's the 13th of November, 25. I do day, month, year. I think that's makes sense. I don't know whoever came up with this other crap over here. Like inches, not centimeters, I guess. Same idea. So, yeah. Okay. Where am I now? Everything seems to be working. The stream seems to be trickling down the hill, so that's a good thing. I think I'm on the right screen. Yep. Let me see if I can fix this stupid Edge thing over here. I switched, as I said before, I'm converting from Chrome to Edge. I've used Chrome forever, and I mean 12, 15 years or more. But I found out through a bit of investigation that you can see why I don't journal. I don't multitask. I'm trying to read and go through these tick boxes here to reconfigure the economic reporting, and I can't talk at the same time. Anyway, I discovered that Chrome is really heavy, and I try to maximize or streamline my stuff here, my hardware and my software and everything, to maximize the performance for the stream and my trading and the Canada probably ought to have those in there, and the just because my hardware is getting older now. I have a 12900K i9, and now they're up to 2 something, and well, it's just 2 out of the money, but off the mark, and the GPU is a couple of generations behind, and with this new craziness going on with GPU horseshit, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I can't afford that. I'm not going to afford that. And actually, this is something that you might find arguable. I'd be interested to know anybody's opinion that knows a lot about this stuff. Trading doesn't need to be, there we go. There's what I'm typically plotting, all right? Trading doesn't need to be, your trading rig doesn't need to have a super, RTX NVIDIA 90 gazillion over a million super duper whatever founder thing. GPU. It's more CPU intensive now. As far as the OBS and the stream, I know that leans on my GPU. But what I'm able to find out, and I hope somebody can pipe up here or, chip in, whatever. I don't think that in our typical situation, a really fast, big GPU is nearly as important as RAM, cores, and threads in the CPU and multi-threading. As what I seem to be able to figure out and find. Okay, our PMI numbers are out, and guess what? Surprise, surprise, they're lower. They're lower than previous, and they're 2 points and a point lower than, almost a point lower than forecast. Well, that's not surprising, I guess, is it? Yeah. So there you go. Now I got this fixed. And I hopefully it'll do everything else correctly. Yeah, that's better. CrowdStrike, those idiots. Marvel, ooh, let's read some cartoons or comic book. Yeah, okay. I think I got it. I'm not boy, I tell you, I'm a real donut when it comes to using Edge. I never did that before, as I said. God damn it, did it again. It's going, look at this. Every time I save and apply the filter, and every time I go from tomorrow back to, from earnings back to the economic calendar, it wipes out all the goddamn, my settings. Jesus, that's frustrating. Okay, I'm going to stop messing with it. Never mind. Never mind. I'll figure that out away from the market. Where are we? Well, it's 9 o'clock. What happened? Are we all set to trade? Nope. We're only trading the vetted setups, which I have so far, and they are the initial balance trades. What is the initial balance? Well, we've talked about the initial balance levels, the high and low of the first 1 hour. 1 hour. First 1 hour, important. 45 to 12. So what do we got? 30-something handles there, eh? At 9:30, this stopped moving up and this stopped moving down, at which point a well-known statistic from years gone by becomes active, and that is the initial balance statistic. So, as I said earlier in the pre-market, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, so you can always check yourself. But of course, they only do that at 8:30 after the open. So when we're doing the statistics in the morning, that's not the case. Lower in range. Looking back over 1,629 days, we opened lower in range 478, okay? But look at this. The IB high or low, this top line is the IB statistic. There is greater than 97.8% probability that price will revisit the IB high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. Today, in fact, it's 98.3%. So there's a 1.7% probability that we will not visit the IB high or low. That's about as close as getting pretty close to 100, right? It isn't 100, but it's close. So that's a statistic that I and others watch and upon which I've based the vetted trading system or trades that I have captured, done the statistics on, away from the market. And that's going to happen. That's going to become a reality, a live statistic at 9:30 Central Standard Time. All times are Central Standard. Now, the trading system is going to look like this. This is the trading system. Let me confirm that I have, that I have this set up 12. Now, this is my typical risk neutral setup. This system, let me point this out real clearly. You see simulated right here. This is one of 3 places that I confirm this IRT is not sending these trade signals directly to my live AMP account, because I have not gotten to a point of confidence in this thing yet, in the system that I've backtested, okay? Right here, this note just confirms that I've selected simulated on the account. This trading list quote page, 0 symbols, means that IRT, as long as it says 0 symbols, IRT will not send any trade anywhere except to the simulator within IRT. Clear? Completely different than the live trades, live funded account over here. What I am doing now is I am sending these signals to this chart, which also requires a bit of explanation. These levels and lines are just custom indicators on this chart, which I built. And the signal indicators, like here and here, these A's and B's and whatnot, wherever they are, come on. These A's and B's, etc. Those are also just signal markers coded into this chart right here by me. They in no way are connected or interconnected with the trading system. However, they do accurately represent the levels and rules specified and used in the trading system. One caveat to that is the trading system takes them in sequence and in sequence only. A, B, trigger. As the day progresses, you'll see triggers, A's, B's happening around over here, because these signal markers just fire when that condition, that specific rule is met, having nothing to do with the previous or the sequence. In the actual trading system itself, very definitely sequential, and once in a position, no signals are fired until the system goes flat. And then the signals are reset. Starts over with A, B, and trigger. Okay, so there we go. Now, what I'm doing for testing, first I backtest all of this. This is set up to backtest. That's the intention of it, and I do that in my homework period, and that's how I determine what the statistics are and my probabilities for the trades. This is how you vet a trade. I can set up the back test. I can, this is not something that I want to do here. Wait a second, 19 days ending. This was, where am I, last 19 days? I was doing November here, right? And I was just back testing the MES on November. The way I typically do it is I set up the last 500 days, and then I back test that. and the MES to contracts, commissions, blah, 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 blah. That's how you determine the statistics for whether a setup that you've determined is viable or not. Anyway, there we go. We'll talk about all that, go through all of that later this afternoon. Let's get back to the present. Now, you notice that the pullback or the continuation zones, the trigger zones, and the pullback zones aren't happening on today. Why not? Because it's not 9:30 yet. So at 9:30, you see we have the IB high, you see we have the IB low, session prices. At 9:30, these lines will magically start plotting, and they'll be pushed across the book map. Now, if you look at book map here, somewhere, you'll see that they're over here. There's a continuation zone, there's the trigger zones, and there's the pullback zones. But they're not accurately, they're not accurate at this moment because they need to be around, they're from previously, right? They need to be on either side around, they are driven by the initial balance low, initial balance high. So at 9:30, everything comes right and away we go. My methodology now is when a trade is, I'm going to now push these chart action. I'm going to push these signal rules to the chart. So they will graphically, I'm going to get rid of this because I don't want green lines, big green lines going every place. It's going to graphically represent the trades as they happen real time over here. And I can show you what one of those looks like, probably. There you go. This is how it will be graphed. There's the entry, T1, T2. In that case, that's from whatever, Wednesday. All right. So now you know that. And what I'm doing at this point is, like I said, this is trading within the simulator and IRT only. What I am doing now then is when a trade is fired on this chart from this trading system, I manually enter whatever that was over here in Bookmap in my live account. Okay. Now in the spirit of transparency and to perhaps be less confusing, these levels and the system, the A, B, C, or A, B trigger signals are real straightforward. Initial balance, continuation zone, pullback zone, trigger zone. And they are as follows. The pullback or the continuation zone and the pullback zone are the same distance from the initial balance level. 3 points to 5 points. 3 points to 5 points. The trigger zone is 1 point either side. The theory behind this is, well, let's look at that. Maybe we can actually do that. Let's look over here. Come on. Okay. A, the initial balance statistic is taken. This is a bad example because the trigger and B are at the same time, and I hope I've worked that out so that they are represented correctly here. A, B, in other words, A, the statistic is taken. B, price closes in the continuation zone. Trigger, price pulls back to the trigger zone. And that's a continuation trade long, and there we go. And if you're clever, you worked out, well, how did that didn't happen right, and you're exactly right. The sequence is what I'm trying to identify. I was working on this over the weekend, over the holiday, on 30-second chart to make sure, because the sequence has got to be correct, right? There's got to be an A, then there's got to be a B, and then there's got to be a trigger. That's impossible on this chart, on this bar, because it opened lower, then it closed. Now, unless price went up to the high for the B, back down to the low for the trigger, and then up to the close, that's the only way that bar could be valid. I'm trying to be sure whether, however, I can't get down to a tick chart because there's just too much data. But I want to be sure that this is correct. There needs to be an A, then a B, then a C, then a trigger. Okay? If it had opened up here, well, that wouldn't work either because of the close. Never mind. So what I'm going to try to do is I've got these now to set on wherever it went. Oh, that's amazing. I did something here that I don't see today. Oh, yes. Interbar. Interbar is set for these. So that means that they should only be reviewed by the system, which is different than the visual graphics over here, in sequence within the proper cadence. It's okay if you have both signals on the same 1 minute bar if you get the B, then you get the trigger, but it's impossible because the code for the B signal is to have the close be within the continuation zone. So how in the hell can the close be up here and you then after the close you get the trigger? Impossible, you see? I hope that's clear. Like I said, I try to be as absolutely straightforward about this as humanly possible. And I don't want to confuse anybody. So we're going to watch what happens, and then you can see. And if you don't think I do this really, well, here you go. Here's my statistics that I keep running, and here's the sizing chart. So here are the actual live trades that I've taken for the month of November. Well, this one down here is not going to be November anymore, so this will be starting December 1st. There's no trade on the 30th, obviously. This is when I was looking at how the metrics were being calculated by some backtesting I was doing. This is each and every trade, the outcome of it, the R value, the trade size, the realization, the percent risk, the R multiple, all of that stuff. And then here's an average for all of them up here. So there you go. And I have a couple other places that happens, but you get the point. Also have a journal and static and whatever else. So are we all on the same page now? What's going to happen is at 9:30, these lines will start plotting up here. They'll be pushed across the book map as they are. And whenever I get a signal over here, I will take it manually on book map. there's two ways I could do this in the next step, and that is for me to figure out how to implement this code and signals for automatic trading in Bookmap, or to be confident enough with the IRT system to just trade with it. If I wanted to programmatically or algorithmically trade. The point of algorithmic trading or backtesting, which is so important, it removes any possible discretion, right? If you're going to backtest these rules, which are the initial balance, and there's only 4 of these trades, right? There's initial balance continuation, there's the initial balance failure, and there's one for the initial, there's those 2 for the initial balance high and those 2 for the initial balance low. That's it. But it does give me 4 trades in both market types, a continuation or a trending day and a directional day and a rotational day. So that's why I started with those. But the way it works when you're backtesting is you set all this up, and then the computer, however many days back you look, 500, whatever it is, the computer will evaluate every rule without any discretion, what's and ifs or buts, over every periodicity that you've selected, in this case, 1 minute. So for every 1 minute bar, it'll evaluate every one of these rules. It's all Boolean. If it comes to true, boom, you get a trade. Or a stop or a sell or a profit target or whatever. It's got to be that way. How can you possibly do statistics and say, okay, I know that I'm going to have a win rate of blah, or I'm going to achieve T1 X% of the time? How are you going to do that if they're all over the board? T1 has got to be the same price. The stop's got to always be the same price, same level. And so does T2, depending on what setup you're trading. You cannot have discretion involved in backtesting, or it's invalid. I mean, think about it. I hope that's clear. It better be, because it's really important. And I guess it ought to be said that I approach trading strictly as a business, consistently profitable long-term business, and that it is approached absolutely from a point of view of probabilities, law of large numbers, statistics, common sense, not wishing, hoping, woulda, shoulda, coulda, And I think it's important probably to say at this point that reiterate that this is my virtual journal. This is the way I'm approaching the market. If whatever you do works, throwing, crap on the wall, at a calendar, whatever, don't stop. If it's consistently profitable over the long haul, don't stop. And throw something in the chat and let us know what the hell you're doing. I'm all ears. I am all ears, baby. The bottom line then is, I hope it's understood, this is not a my way or the highway deal here. This is my virtual journal, and what I'm trying to do, what I've, over the years have come up with, is to be the right way to approach this as a business. But I am 100% open to any positive suggestion. And I would promise you that if you suggest something in the chat, the parameters, I'll do my best to properly vet them as a statistic, from a probability point of view. And I'll certainly share those with everybody here in the stream, as I always do. So, yeah, there you go. Okay. Now I'll probably find out that I've had this thing on mute for the last 45 minutes or so. Yeah. Fortunately, Antonio's has mentioned in the past, I think you're on mute, dummy. Trying to get, as you might imagine here, I'm sure I've already figured out I am not a YouTube influencer or professional whiz bang, you know. I'll have to keep the photos of my, you know, wrapped Lambo and my Cuban chains to myself until they're justified. I think it's much more important to, you know, trade as a community, share ideas, all that stuff. That's what we do in Static, and that's what I'm trying to do here. Granted, I'm be the first to say, you know, if YouTube wants to give me $50,000 a minute for doing this, I'm happy to take that money. You know, you guys hurry up and get a bunch of subs and stuff in there, and I'll split it with you. Wonder if anybody's done that. I bet not. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Well, we are fast approaching the witching hour here of 9:30. Boy, this damn mouse keeps moving stuff around, and that is just irritating to me. It's all hell get out. I've actually switched to a wired mouse so that I don't, because I thought, rightfully or wrongfully, that the wired mice or the wireless mice that I used for years were, I don't know, you know, having interference with each other or something, because I have a couple of 3 computers here with keyboards and mice, so I switched this trading machine to a wired one. Hopefully circumvent that idea. Okay, what's going on now? Let's see here. We're saved. Okay. And a couple of minutes away for the world event here. So you understand what's going on over here. These signals are now being pushed to this chart. Confirm that. Hello. There's a system. Okay. Now, pretty quick at 9:30, these lines and levels will start pushing over here, and oh boy, we're all going to get rich, eh? And what I'm going to do now, so that I don't get all hung up, is, come on. Boy, this is irritating. IRT just cannot get its shit together sometimes. I don't know why. And I guess it's a function of my. There you go. That's all I was trying to do. Just get this closer to my eyesight. Remember that this and this are my 2 primary trading monitors, and they're 32-inch 4Ks. So if I have my hard right edge clear over here at the right, it's a long way away from me in terms of detailed spotting. And that's my excuse anyway. That's the one I like to go. That's my go-to excuse when I screw up. Okay, we're approaching 9:30. Let's do something that's pretty important to do, I think. We're on the right. 1 minute. MES. Set to go. Simulated. 0. We are good to trade with both. We're on the risk neutral 2 lot. Okay, here we are, boys and girls, at 9:30. All hell's going to break loose here. Well, maybe not. I'm going to do something now. You're going to be top secret. what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change these data exported from IRT to bookmap for these levels. What I've done is, and you'll be able to tell immediately, I think. Okay, it is 9:30, and you can tell that how? You can tell that because the levels are now active. You see them? Around the IB high, around the IB low. So, here we go. Hook in and hang on. Now, what I've done here, and the next time we get an update, you'll notice that all those lines and levels disappeared for the session prices because they confuse me, and I'm old and it's my ball and my bat. So there you go. And pretty quick, these trading levels, the next time we update here, will push and they will be located as they're supposed to be around the IB high and the IB low. That's the plan. Let's see if it happens. I think I did it right. And it doesn't look like it's gonna do that, right? That's kind of a puzzle to me. Another thing I'm gonna do, which you're gonna find pretty funny, or not. Oh, come on, man. What the hell's going on? MES. Okay, there's the export, went just fired. Now, why haven't the lines moved? I did something over this weekend. I updated to a newer version of bookmap. And I'm going to see something here now. This is not updating, so I have a suspicion that I have a problem here, which you guys can probably figure out. Let's see where these price lines went. Reload the file, reload levels. Files loaded successfully. That's wrong. Something's wrong. Open the file. Micros. That's not what I want. Well, every time I update the browser here, that screws me up. This was working perfect with the older version. Well, there we got I'm going to stop thinking about this now. It did stop pushing the price levels, but it's just not pushing the correct levels. So, first thing you need to do is be on guard for an issue like this. You see that the levels are correct over here. So I have this to go on. but I don't have, and we're going to get an IB statistic here pretty quick, it would appear. That's really frustrating. I'll have to see. There was no way to test this, right? There wasn't live data over the weekend, so now we know. These levels, did I do the wrong one? This is the... Okay. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh, well, I'm not going to obsess over it. I'm going to just move on. It was working great all week. I mean, last week. So there we go. At this point, let me point out something that's pretty important, I think, and that is wherever it went. Control-Alt-F, I think. Yep, there we go. Do not trade to the statistic. What do I mean by that? Well, we're below the POC, we're below the mid, we're below everything. We're gonna take the IB low. Well, look what happened. We tagged out the overnight low and turned around and hauled ass the other direction. So if you thought you were going to be clever and take the statistic and trade to the statistic in anticipation of that statistic right here, guess what happened? You got a real disappointed look on your face right up here. Okay, so once price has taken the statistic, it has taken the statistic. Then you have an A rule, assumedly. And then you have a B rule, and those rules are a little more specific than just price flying down through here also. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We can trade, yep. Now, here's one of Antonio's world famous, that's why he's a rich guy living in Portugal over there in Faro, I suppose, or somewhere super like that. What do we have going on here? Well, we have a VPOC migration, don't we? And what does that mean? Remember the VPOC or the POC? It's the point, the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So by extension, if you think about that for a minute, you can think, well, so at 2300 here, the 2300 handle, right now, the market participants, all those millions of them, they're expressing their own opinions, however they do that. They agree that this is the price, this is the best price to trade at this moment. A little while ago was up here. A little while ago was up there. If you are a market profile person or a Jim Dalton groupie or whatever else, what does that say? That says value is migrating lower. Value, which is nothing more than first standard deviation either side of this mean right here. But the theory behind that, which is a Thomism, I think, and you see why it's important to keep the whole session in view. Didn't it look like we were going to really have an opportunity to trade lower because there was VPOC migration lower? Well, really what happened? Well, we've traded up all morning. Now we traded back down. To where we started. What's that say? Well, it looks to me like we're rotational, doesn't it? Market traded up, responsive selling, buying. Now they're back down. Now what are they going to do? I don't know. So I'm going to continue to watch this, and I do not have a signal yet because we haven't taken the A signal. We haven't taken the IB high or low. And I use that term. I realize that sounds pretty mechanical and ridiculous, but I don't know other word for it. You know, I don't know. That's what I call it, and there you go. I think that's the least confusing terminology is A, B, trigger. I don't know another way to do it. What in the hell is going on? Get away. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. What is this bullshit? Look at this. How ridiculous. Something's goofy here, boys and girls. IRT is having a moment. What is this? I'm pretty sure there was no big gap in the action like this over here, right? From 9:30 to 9:40. Something happened here that I didn't like. Well, I'm not having too good a luck, it doesn't look like. Scrub the data. Heavy. I don't think we had a hiccup in IRT to that extent, did we? I can download the data. I re-download the historical data, which will straighten this out. But that's really weird. Which makes me think, okay, the minute really weird comes into my vocabulary around trading, my spidey senses get all perked up here and I'm thinking, this isn't a good idea. Okay, let's see how you think you're a big shot now. Let's go. Let's do some data downloading over here. That's what you do with IRT. I don't think I've seen, I haven't seen that one before. What the hell, over? How did that just happen? There you go. Oh, thank you so much. Now you see we had a trigger. Okay, are we in? We don't have an A or a B, right? I'm going to leave it like this and hope for the best here. Let's keep an eye on everything. I'm still back on being pissed as to why the levels aren't pushing properly to this thing. Let's see if I can figure that out while you're busy watching IRT. Price lines, price level, price lines. Select the file. Oh, that's the problem. Yeah, it's, here you go. It is not picking up. Yes, it is. The proper file name. Oh, I don't know what's going on now. Now I'm pretty thoroughly confused. I'm going to look at something here in the background. I got crap going on all over the place here. Don't know. I don't know why suddenly today it's not working and it did before, so I'm going to stop. Fortunately, the market is being good to me here and we're not having any. What are we doing? What would you say today is pretty much rotational, isn't it? One of the things about that rotational kind of an environment is one or the other trade of the initial balance trades is suggested. Okay, if you had to stop and think about it, would you imagine that the IB continuation would be the trade suggested today? What are we doing? We're rotating, right? We're mean reverting to the mean, just about smack in the center. Well, the IB failure trade is, by another name, just a fancy name for mean reversion based on an initial balance. We haven't gone directional. Therefore, I wouldn't expect that we're going to have an IB continuation. I would expect that we would have a mean reversion trade. What did we do here? We're mean reverted. Up here, we mean reverted. There you go. I'm still trying to figure out why those levels and lines aren't showing up in the right spot. So let's go over here. And up here, trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. IRT is having a big problem thinking about something, everything here, seems like. Well, that's pretty disappointing. Wow. My efforts to streamline things apparently blew up my face. I'm guessing. And I don't know why. Well, Jesus Christ. Why are you being this way, Mr. IRT boy? I think what I'm going to do here, if you're using these levels, don't freak out. I'm going to restart IRT. It's just not having a good day. And no lag really, only one or two. I wonder if changing it to intraday evaluation on those signals is really throwing this thing for a loop. Who cares about gold? I'm going to remove that. I'm going to also remove the data that I'm looking at. Oh, look at this crap. Now it's done Thursday. Now it's put Thursday over here again. Jesus Christ. It's picked the freaking holidays back up. Scrub the holiday. Yeah, IRT's not having a good day. IRT is not having a good day. What does that mean to me? Means I'm going to be really cautious about the data. Now, I hope I made it clear that Bookmap has got nothing to do with IRT except these lines and levels which are pushed back and forth. So as far as trading goes, nothing. It's ticking over here, but I'm kind of half tempted to just close it. I'm going to restart Bookmap or IRT, sorry. There you go. And what do we have going on now? Okay. I think I'm going to get rid of that. Well, let's see what happens with IRT now. This is so disappointing. Yeah. Come on. Wake up. Attaboy. Well, now they're going to try to go up there and tease everybody about that IB high. Remember, this is a mean reversion day. This is just a rotational day. And we're talking about 12 to 45. 33 handles. Boom. That's what's really going on. That's what's really going on. Well, are you going to be good now, IRT? Son of a bitch. I'm going to remove gold from this thing here. I'm sick of looking at it. Delete from database. Oop, there you go. There you are. Now. Okay, you happy now? That damn stupid thing. Okay, there we go. Got rid of gold. Pretty quick. I'm going to get it in Q2. I'm going to keep narrowing stuff down until this damn thing is working efficiently. Save all. Okay. No lags. Nobody left on third, all right? Micros. Minis. I got rid of gold up there in case you didn't notice that in the quote page. Okay, we're on the right thing. I think so. Yeah, looks like it. There's a tremendous amount of data coming down the pipe. Here we go. Looks like we're going to come up here and tag that IB high. Amazing, huh? Looky there. Ooh, did you anticipate the high? Oh, now you're going to get stopped out? Ooh. I only can laugh about that because it's happened to me a gazillion times. This is the voice of experience talking. And that's all it is. Now, if you've vetted or, identified a mean reversion trades, you're happier than a pig in the mud over here, boy. Look at this. Mean reversion. Outside in, outside in, outside in. That's all it's doing. And by the way, that is the majority of trading days are rotational. So they say. And I believe them. Now, I say with bated breath, this goddamn thing is still not pushing that correctly. That part's right. Or is it? Yeah, that part's right. That's that's not the lines. I only want to change the lines. That one is here, and this is supposed to be right. I don't know it's got to be to do with the updated. I think I mentioned I switched to line. Cloud notes, trade line, that's the right one. And this is, the output line should be the same. Yep. You'll have to look into it in the background. Why it's not pushing properly to the level. Oh, I think I might know. It may be the trigger. It seems like that was something I noted the other day. I forgot about that. This is the trigger chart, which you notice is just another version of the same chart over here. But I removed a bunch of buttons and whatever else. So, same idea. As I used to use this for the chart, for the stream, just to watch, and kept the backtest one away from things. That was it. Yeah, that's my problem. I forgot that the V pound numbers, which drive the levels, come from this chart instead of this chart. Ooh, it's what happens when you hire the old guy. You'll notice now that we have our trigger lines and everything exactly where they belong. Wow. I love it when a plan comes together. I guess I'm going to have to do one of two things. I'm either going to have to keep this open to trade off of, which is perfectly okay to do, or keep an eye on the backtest one. Now, the reason that I use the backtest chart here, the reason I use the backtest tab, the system that I push live here, remember I showed you how it's going to graph the actual trades? Well, that doesn't happen on the trigger chart. So what I need to do, I guess, if I'm going to continue this exercise, is to change the V pound numbers pushing to the line indicators, the line export, to this chart rather than the trigger chart. I apologize for that, but hey, it's transparent, right? Drum roll, please. All right. Well, what's happened? Ooh. I'll tell you one thing that's happened. A whole lot of boys and girls have taken stops and are licking their wounds right there, anticipating the statistic straight across the whole damn range to right here, where they try to anticipate the statistic, and they're now licking their wounds down here, assuming that they're using the, stops and targets and brackets as I do. Let me put it this way. Had I done that with my risk neutral 2-lot, I would be stopped out twice and wondering, how stupid am I? Let me count the way. Okay, I got to wake up our little daughter here. She's so cute now. She leaves the notes on my keyboard at night. Wake me up at 10, please. She stays up screaming and gaming. I made the mistake of giving her my last trading computer, and she's a gaming wizard. Okay, now what happened? Did I get rich while I was gone? No. So let's think about this from a logical trading point of view here now. We are, at some point, we've already identified that there's a 98.3% probability that we're going to take out either the IB high or low, either whichever way you like. At some point in the day, from 9:30 till 1600. So I assume that that's going to happen. Likely, huh? Assuming that it happens, what trade will I be, I shouldn't say expecting, be more likely? And that would be the mean reversion trade. The problem with, well, I don't know, problem, but the fact of this market is it's a random environment. That's a fact. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That's true. Can only go up, can only go down. It's a binary movement right here. And we can only look back at what is suggested, right? So typically when it's a rotational day, the IB failure is the trade. It's a mean reversion. I've talked about it earlier here. The thing that you never know is it's going to be rotational until it's not, until it becomes directional. That's the magic of trading. And how did I go about vetting these trades? Well, let me see if I get all my stuff right here, my chapter marker, and what happened. I see a lot of jumping around over here. What happened? We're 1 point high. We're 5 points, 15 points wide over here with Blue Boy on duty. When I anticipate trading, I'm going to do a couple of things which I have not usually done, but I worked on over the weekend. It will be a little surprising. I'm going to add, first I'm going to zoom in to around 5 minutes. 1 minute, I'm sorry. And I'm going to add the 1 minute candlesticks, which I messed with over the weekend, and let's hope that they remembered what they're going to do. Yeah. Now you see that they're not very prominent and that I've got the colors kind of squished up, but the only reason I've done that so that I can do this right here and see exactly, remember when I was talking about the what happened first? The sequence of events. Did we trade up and take the IB high, you know what I mean, or whatever. Did the B happen before the trigger, or did the trigger happen before the B? The only way I can see to do that is here. And because in nowhere in any other than here, which is, this is the last price. The reason I put the 1 minute bars on here rather than horizontal lines, that's just distracting to me, is I can tell, okay, something about the bars and bookmap is this candle, this 1 minute candle represents the data from here to here. This candle represents the data from here to here. I can tell how it worked. Did it take the B before the trigger before the B, etc. So we'll see if that works out. I also shut off the heat map just over the weekend to see if that helped. Oh wait, I've determined I can do this another way. It's much easier. I can just do that. Huh? Kind of clean, huh? Now we haven't taken a statistic. I've got these colored in such a way that I can, they're colored the same as the price line down here. So they're as unobtrusive as possible, just for me to know what the cadence is, what happened first, interbar. In other words, yeah, the cadence, I guess. And obviously you've got the directionality or the cadence of it by the last line that I plot, but the candlesticks tell me 1 minute increments, as same as my trading system. And this is the data that happened in this candle. So if I'm looking for the close or the low to be down here in a level and then the close to be above it, I'm going to know that. Hope that's plain. This is all a work in progress, remember? So, you know, this may all change Thursday. Never know. Back to normal now. Continuation zones, pullback zone, trigger around the IB, same setup around the IB low. Do we want to get back over here where we can see Blue Boy and know where we are? Uh-huh. Because we don't need to zoom in yet, right? Jesus Christ, where'd he go? There he is. Devil's out behind the barn smoking, I suppose. So here we go. What are we doing? Well, outside in. Outside in. What do you call that? Mean reversion. Well, I'm glad I'm sorting these things out one after the other now. Let's see. That it's cold. I'm cold. It's 44 cold. Where I grew up, it used to be 44 below zero, which is Fahrenheit. Freezing being plus 32. I don't know how that works out in C, but shoot me. Okay. Well, how many trades have you taken today? None. Why not? I don't have any vetted trades signals. I have no vetted trade that's presented itself yet, and it's now 10 after 10. and I may not all day. And guess what'll happen? I won't trade all day. Let me be right back. All right, so let's talk about trading as a statistical, consistently profitable business rather than a video game or gambling, and why I'm approaching it this way and how I'm going about that, if it's interesting or not. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is a random trading. Futures trading is a random environment. It's probably, in my opinion, the best trading environment compared to any of the others. Most advantageous in terms of your profit is 60% is taxed at a capital gain rather than regular income, all that kind of stuff. It's the most transparent, fair, equitable exchange. So, it's got a lot of pluses going for it, but it is a random environment nonetheless. Millions of people and algorithms and whoever else are expressing their opinion throughout the day, second by second. So trying to anticipate or to predict where it's going is a fool's game, in my opinion. We can anticipate. I've been doing that all morning. What are we doing? I anticipate that it's mean reversion. It's going to keep it up until it's not anymore. Because that's what they're doing right now. They're trading it. Speculating, outside in, outside in. That's what happens. Okay? So how do you go about approaching it as a statistical business and that can be consistently profitable? You identify some situation, setup, and parameters that happen repeatedly over whatever sequence of time or whatever period of time. And in my case, I've chosen to vet initial balance trades. Okay, because there is a real obvious level. There's a very obvious set of criteria that I'm able to identify. And then I capture, away from the trading day or away from live trading in the backtesting, as I've talked about earlier, a statistically significant data set of that setup with those specific criteria. And after I've done that, I'm able to identify mathematically, statistically, does this have an edge, an expectancy, a positive outcome, probability of a positive outcome. And if it does, then your job in the live market is to take every instance of that setup and those criteria that present themselves, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the edge or the expectancy to your bank account. It's that simple. It's not simple to do all those things, but that's a simple philosophy. And it's not just my epiphany about that. I'm just regurgitating here or aligning myself with, because I agree, with the most successful traders and hedge fund managers in the world that have ever existed. Jim Simmons, most successful trader that's ever happened, ever. Paul Tudor Jones, Ed Thorpe, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, Tom B., Rod, pick one, from Tom the best loser wins guy. All of them talk about the same thing. It's all a function of Soros. It's all a function of probability. So what I've done is I've determined that the IB trades, those two, have a high probability and a positive expectancy of being successful under these specific circumstances. And so whenever that presents itself, I'll take every one of them, relying on the law of large numbers to bring that manifest or pull that edge across to my side of the table, which brings me up to the point that, if that sounds familiar, it's the exact business model of a casino from the point of view of the casino. They play no game which they have not pre-identified has a positive expectancy. On the casino floor, the only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. Why do you suppose they don't get emotional? They don't care. Oh, congratulations, big winner over here. Deal the next hand. They know they'll have winners. We know we'll take stops. They know that whatever that edge is that they have predetermined will manifest itself with those specific rules, will manifest itself to their bank account. And it ought to be pretty freaking obvious that that's a successful business plan. I don't know this for a fact because it's only hearsay, right? I mean, it's only something I've read, but because I've not worked it out myself, I'm not even sure I would know how. The casino edge in roulette in America is 2.5%. 2.5% only. And it makes millions of dollars. And you need to be sure you don't fall into the fallacy, which is called the gambler's fallacy. It's actually famous. And that's the misconception about probabilities. Oh, we've had 10 blacks in a row. The probability of it being another black has got to be 1%. I'm going all in red. No, absolutely not. The outcome of the very next trade, the outcome of the very next spin is exactly 50-50. It's exactly the same probability as it was in the roulette or whatever else game you're playing. Because, wait for it, past performance is not indicative of future results. Ooh, and you thought that was something from a lawyer. That's a statistical fact. So, there, Jim Simmons at Renaissance Technology and the Medallion Fund, the most successful hedge fund ever in history, absolutely hired no one was ever hired with any experience in finance. They hired physicists, mathematicians, computer scientists, computer science or computer engineers only. And I just listened to it. It's on YouTube, actually. I should probably get that title. There's a real interesting interview. I think it's on the Goldman channel. So it's not just some hocus pocus crap, with an intelligent guy and the CEO of Renaissance Technology. Real interesting hour-long interview. And yeah, very definitely. Now, we learned early on that it was much simpler to teach a scientist, a mathematician, a physicist market theory than it was to teach someone in a finance background, math and science. And our business is math and science. It's probabilities. It's models. We're not in the finance business. We're in the scientific model business. Most successful hedge fund in the world. They backtest, data model, they identify an edge, and they exploit it. Just what we're trying to do here. So there you go. Now you know the secret to life, baby. There's the golden rule. Free and direct from the old guy. Here you are. Okay, so we are doing nothing times 2. I worked out the giant problem with these levels. That's great. Actually noticed that once before, a few weeks ago. It didn't ever present itself because I always just was monitoring my trigger chart. But only since I have, which was just last week, I started pushing the trading signals directly to this chart. Did I notice that? Let me be sure that it's still over here. Come to think about it, I restarted Bookmap. Yeah, right there we go. Okay. Remember that it's going to be that. This will only plot or graph the trades that are taken from the system to this chart, and it's only in IRT simulated mode, within IRT itself, not pushing directly to my live AMP account. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to trade this live, and you just give me your account details, and we'll hook it right up. I'm not going to do it with my money until I know it's working. Thank you very much. Risk adverse. I am risk adverse. And what are we doing? We're 10:22 in the Intermountain West. This is Central Standard Time, by the way. Okay. What else is going on? Let's see here. This noise, what does this tell you? Well, this tells you that it is just a rotational, probably lighter volume day. These crazy Ivans all over the place, remember? Remember how this works. So this should tell you something. This is the POC. It's simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. In the very split second that one of these other levels is 63.63, this yellow line's going to go there, period. Case closed. And if you want to be a wizard, you can, impress all your friends by predicting where it's going to go. Just don't show them the volume profile with the numbers on it. That's all it is. Straight up math. Easy. Hmm. All righty then. The further the day wears on, the less warm and fuzzy I am about. I take every trade signal irregardless or regardless. I don't know how you're supposed to say that. It seems like I heard somebody say that's double negative to say irregardless. But anyway, I think after all these years of speaking English, I'd have figured it out. I'm less warm and fuzzy about it. The more the day wears on, the less warm and fuzzy I am about the signals. However, I will take them, trade them, no problem. If you know what I mean, it's just, I guess it's just I don't think it's even really an observation, but it's just a feeling that the market does more business first hour. So the RTH, what Rod came up with, which is I think a great thing to do, and I refer to it frequently, is RTH 1, 2, and 3. You just take the total number of minutes of the regular trading session, which I think is 250 or something, 400, and divide by 3, and there you get our RTH 1, RTH 2, and RTH 3, which kind of meaningless other than just a way to categorize or to try to organize data, something that you can analyze. How many successful trades did I get in RTH 1, that kind of thing. So it's so there's 7.5 hours. I always forget that one. Yeah, it's 450. That's right. So I was right the first time. So there's 150 minutes or 2.5 hours in each. So every 2.5 hours, right? So 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. So 11 o'clock is the end of RTH 1 and so on. Again, just something clever Rod came up with as a way to group stuff. So there you go. One of my journals that I've had over the years and built myself, I was looking at hours of the day and days of the week, and you can get as granular as the data as you feel like doing, assuming that you've got accurate and consistent data. That's the key. Good data. That CEO of Renaissance I was talking about a minute ago, that a real interesting thing, real interesting interview. The rapid fire questions at the end. The guy says, "So is it true that you often sleep at the office?" And he goes, "Well, yes, I do. I do every week." Their office is in New Jersey, I think, of Renaissance. And he said, my wife and family, my wife works in DC, and my family, that's where our home is, and my family's there. So I am at the office 3 days or 3 days a week, 4 days a week. I sleep in the office every one of those days, and then I'm home for the 3 days on, with my family. And I don't sleep a lot, so I'll work, 70, 80 hours in that 3 day or 4 day week. I guess that's how you make millions of dollars. Hey, Ron, what's up? Morning. A rotational, be careful if you've got a trade set up for this. It's, vetted setup. It's a mean reversion day, baby. So, there you go. I trust that you ate way too much turkey. Didn't eat any on this side. I've got my data scrubbed, if you noticed all of that, and that pushes across to the levels there. The session prices are on, so it should be all cut up. If you're trading today, it'll all smooth out. If there's any hiccups or anomalies that you notice, it's because my session prices and my IRT, this is Wednesday and this is Sunday night. I scrub all the holiday data out. Same thing right here, Wednesday, ta-doom. You can see the stats here in the info box when I hover. There you go. And after a brief brain fart about the levels, all that's working right. I've done something on the experimented with over the weekend, which was kind of interesting. When I may be interested to trade, when I anticipate that that's something that I didn't point out, that's really has a real psychological benefit, I believe. For me, for sure. When you are only trading a vetted trade, nothing's a surprise. You're not gunslinging or anything else. You're not, anticipating all a Twitter that you're going to take a trade. Because you've already vetted it. I know what A, B, and C. I know what A, B, and the trigger. I know those 3 rules for the setup that I may trade. So when they start setting up, I can anticipate that. Calming, very cool. You can be completely matter of fact about it. It's not a hurry, scurry, and blurry, and shoot second, shoot some more, and if anybody's alive, ask questions. It's not one of those kind of deals, which is really handy we're all prone to all of those psychological things that everybody talks about, because that's how we've evolved. Come on, blue boy. There you go. So what I do now is what I worked on the weekend. Notice that I've created an alternate price levels line in data, removing all the normal session price lines and only having this trigger stuff and the trade stuff, which I vetted. I also have, when I get ready to potentially interact with the market or take a trade, I can throw on these 1 minute candlesticks, which is right there. Now, the reason for that is I can tell if the signals are happening sequentially as they're meant to be. And if I want to get even more, don't confuse me, right there. I can just get rid of the heat map. I still have the resting liquidity, which I'm real used to. This is any kind of dome, jigsaw, whatever you trade. But this way I can tell, and if you want to get extra into it, you can widen them out to 1 minute on the timeline. The reason for the candlesticks is this candlestick represents this data. This candlestick represents this data. This developing candlestick is going to represent this data. So with backtesting, I guess I didn't qualify that properly in the beginning, actually. With any backtesting, it doesn't determine in any way what happened within the bar. It only looks at open, high, low, close. So if you need a signal, if you get two signals on one bar, which happened first, the chicken or the egg, right? Well, I need to know that. I feel like I need to know that. With this, I can know that. And I suppose if you're clever enough, you don't need the candlesticks. But for me, it just gives me that 1 minute break. And that's how I've done the back test. Over this weekend, in order to try to identify that back testing, I was looking at 15-second bars to see what happened first. Now, with the actual trading system being active on the intraday, it knows how it developed, right? And I've enabled intra-bar functionality on the signals themselves, so that if B is supposed to happen, say, with the high, and the trigger is supposed to happen on the pullback, well, I want B to fire ahead of the trigger and not the other way around, or not both simultaneously after the bar's closed and then not know which is which. So I suppose that's way too granular and anal and whatever else, but that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be as accurate and therefore hopefully profitable about this whole thing. And this is also a thing that will only continue really as long as I'm manually trading what I see on my charts. The minute that I have automated this, and I'm not saying that that's ever going to happen, actually, but who knows what's going to, and Renaissance technology is 100% algorithmic, based on a big data model, and two buildings full of highly paid PhDs, all of who have done good science. Pretty incredible story. What a wonderful place to work if you had the brain for it. Whew. That'd be great. Yeah, I don't know whether any of this crap over here matters, but I'm just trying to figure this out as we go along and share it openly. No trades yet, no signals yet, no initial balance. And let me just point out to everybody here, remember the initial balance statistic. It is 98.3% probability that we will take one of the other, IB high or low, at some point in this RTH trading session between 9:30 and 1600. That means there's a 1.7% probability we'll take neither one. And that happened a month and a half ago. We traded the whole freaking day and didn't take either one of the initial balance trades. We got that 1 point whatever percent. It isn't 100%. Statistics. It's cute, huh? Yeah, I'm not sure if this matters as long as I'm on the... Now, this is why this is a situation where the VPOC migration flags are still pertinent, because where has the POC been? How the hell do I know? It's been from right over there to right over here. So that's why in the old days, when I used to keep it on 5 minutes down here on the timeline, I would do these flags, as I mentioned earlier, I think. Now, the problem with them, I know that that's the POC. I know that somewhere else it's been up here also. But I didn't ever take it to the next limit, like putting POC 1, 2, 3, or whatever else, so that you would have, so that I would have some sequential idea what happened first. You can look at this, and say, well, we were down here, then we were up here, now we're up here, and then we're up here. I guess we were probably trading up. Let's see. Well, we were trading up, and we were trading up until we traded down, until we're trading back up again, That's why Blue Boy came on the picture, was to eliminate cluttering up my charts with all of this stuff, these flags, but I can see the benefit of both of those. I got to shut off that candlestick thing too until it gets into until it becomes a thing. I'm real anxious to see us take a trigger and see what happened if my theory about having intrabar data is going to pan out as far as the signals go and the trigger and all that. Ooh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, we're going to take we're going to take IB. Let's check. Here we go. Quick. Yay, team, we got the IB. No, we didn't. Well, there we did. Now we have a problem with IRT is not keeping up. IRT is not keeping up. Now it is, but late. That's disappointing. There's our A signal so far. And now we've started the new bar. So we do have the A signal, right? So I'm going to jump over here and candlestick up. This is all a work in progress here, so don't laugh too loud. Widen out and see what the hell happens next. Okay, there's a minute wide. I used to have horizontal bars here. I'm trying to clean up the screen as much as I can. So there was our initial balance. So here's the candle for this data, right? There's the open, there's the close. That does constitute the statistic. Now what are we going to do? Well, this is the continuation zone. If we close up here, we're going to get a B. Within this, we'll get a B. Pretty damn close there, huh? But no cigar. We're getting a B signal over here so far. I've tried setting the stream up to capture both of these monitors at once, so this back and forth crap that I do wouldn't be a problem, but these are two 32-inch 4K monitors, and it's such a teeny weeny little thing, so granular you can't see it on the stream. By the way, That reminds me that the stream, I stream in 1440p high definition. So if it's not crystal clear on your side, you can click the little gear thing on YouTube and do that. Also notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so that you can see any open programs, you can see the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, the date, etc. Again, trying to ensure or reinforce the transparency and accountability. Now, here we go over here. Let's look at this, see what's going on. What happened here? We got an A, we got a trigger, let's go long. Well, no, we don't have the B. And why? Because this bar closed down here, not up here. And that's the way the rule is written. It's real. Oh, we got a trigger fired in there. Now that, something's wrong there. Something is wrong right there. Because there's no B. So I got to figure out, and there we got that, which is completely goofy. So something's wrong with that. The reason I'm so fixated on making sure that these rules are firing in sequence is because of the backtesting. I want to have my backtest results be correct, not bullshit, which ought to be pretty clear. And that's really wrong. We're going to have to see about that. I'm going to have to look into that one. Let's see if the B sticks, then I will have an A and a B, and I'll be looking for a trigger. There we got a B. Now, all I need now is a trigger. I'm not going to get it on the trading signal itself over here because the system thinks it's in a trade. You see why I'm not doing it live? The system thinks it's in a trade because it registered. Oh, I bet I know why. This is an old guy problem. I changed the rule in the system that this is in fact a B. The high is in here rather than the close. I'll have to confirm that later, but that's what I'm thinking at this point. So what I'm going to do now is trade bookmap. And oh boy, lots of moving parts, boys and girls. So bookmap, what have we done? Well, we have the IB statistic right here. We have a B right here. Now I'm looking for a trigger and I'll be long. He said. And I need a bio break here, but the absolute split second I step away, I'll get the trigger, and then, I'll come back and have a lot of grumbling going on about why I wasn't in the trade. And very possibly will mean revert, and I'll be spanked, but I can only take the trades as they're given. Now, I've already, if you look at, I don't want to switch to the other chart because we're close to a trigger over here. But if you look to the system, it is risk neutral because, I guess I can quickly. No, we're going to get a trigger likely here. It's risk neutral because we've taken the signal and taken the trigger, and we have and we've already gotten our T1. Pretty close here, huh? You bet. What is happening? Well, these are sell candles. I'd like us to get down here and take a trigger because I would like that to happen. I could put a resting order here. I've found that to not be a good idea because I've been stuck a tick one way or out of the wrong way. There's no news. I wonder if any of these dorks are talking about anything over here. Oh, okay. Now you see. Remember when I said we? Oh wait, there's a trigger. There was my trigger, and I missed it. God damn. Come on. Oh man, that's gonna really piss me off. See what happens. I'm looking over here at the stupid news thing, and I missed the entry. God damn. That's really frustrating. I'll leave it on there and see if they come back down for it again, but that's pretty frustrating. Oh, thank you, you goofy thing. Well, isn't that frustrating? Yes, it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sirree, Bobby. That's mega frustrating. God damn. I'm sorry. Gosh darn. Yeah, looking at the stupid news to see if there was anything coming up. And Blondie Puss, what I was going to say was now Financial Juice is now put into their docket that whatever her name is, the blonde gal as secretary, is going to be talking about something at noon. Okay, do I want to be ready for a trade here? Yeah. Aw, son of a gun, huh? And this could not work out well because the longer it winds on like this, you see how we're coming lower highs, lower lows. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. Boy, I missed my opportunity right there. That would have been risk neutral scale. And
order submitted.
There we go. Let's try that. Let's try that and see what we get. Probably stopped out. But you never know. Now, this is why I don't like resting orders. Had I not been anxious here and Monkey Boy firing off on me, I could have improved myself by a point. So we're in the trade. And yeah, we'll see what happens now. Not very good. Not looking good so far. Like I said, it's, not a good sign that we're getting lower lows and lower highs and lower lows, but I'm committed to do the trade as it's signaled. So there I go. Likely we'll stop out here. Oh, look at there. To the tick, huh? Okay, let's see here. I got to put all that stuff in the system here. Trade one. I don't know how long that took. Well, look at there. To the tick. And up we go. But I don't move my stops, and I take the trades as they fire. Now, perhaps I was too anxious here, not mechanical, right? I should have maybe put my trade on the IB, but that's not the rule. I would still be in the trade. Had I taken the initial signal as the system did, I would still be in the trade, and I'd be risk neutral scale over here. There was the system entry, and there's the risk neutral scale, and so now we're just in the hold. This is what happens when you're discretionary, and look at that. You see, this is Monkey Boy. And what is that whole story? Well, it's, Monkey Boy is what I talk about, our wiring, our DNA that hide your psychological demons, whatever it is. We have evolved over thousands of years, and we have all those things cooked into our wiring, which served us well way back when. Risk aversion, wanting to be right, aggression, assertiveness, all that stuff. But it is not good for traders. And that's what gives way to, or what is more commonly referred to as chasing and FOMO and all that stuff. So the thing that I try to do is twofold. I try to be as mechanical as I can, testing the system out, which I did here. A little bit late because we did take the trigger right there, but not discretionary, because even though I pointed out that there were lower lows and lower highs, was probably a bad location, and it was. And also, to do with FOMO and Monkey Boy is you're never going to get rid of that. It's been baked into your DNA for thousands of years, and this is my opinion. So what I try to do is be continually vigilant and aware of the here and now. Is this an adrenaline rush? Is Monkey Boy kicking in? Is what FOMO, whatever? And don't act on it. And try to stick to the rules, right? Okay, now that didn't work out worth a damn. There's no new signal on the horizon here. The system itself is still in the trade. And I need another A and another B and another trigger in order to get long in accordance with the system. Now, if we get an IB here, this could qualify as another A, and then a B, and then on, right? I know it's boring as hell. Go watch cartoons. And I have a completely quiet, that reminds me, I didn't start the music. I have a completely quiet office here. Even if the music is going on the stream, I don't hear it unless I put my headset on. So I try to, at this point in my life, focus. So now we will have taken, will we have taken? No. This is not an IB per the signal because the previous bar opened higher than the close. See that? That's a down bar. So this IB is not valid. per the way I've got the signals cooked up. And are they right? Hell if I know. I don't know. This is just what I'm doing. You know, and I started with nothing here. I just started with a Rod's suggestion, actually. Well, here's what I do. Try this. So I figured out how to code it up, and away we went. Now, this is a frustrating point for me because this would be, see, the problem here is, why isn't this an A? I'm trying to, you know, work both ends against the middle. And look at there, huh? Look what a difference in entry makes. That's a real important thing. The entry in your asymmetrical trade locations can be so huge. Had I gotten in here at the IB, I wouldn't be stopped out and I'd be thinking I was a genius up here. Not taking the signals because they didn't present properly. Well, that's what happened. They didn't present properly. Or didn't it? At least it, oh shit, I know why it's not. No, I don't know why it's not happening over there. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta spend some time this evening, I guess, in my homework. The minute the market closes, I start doing, you know, this, backtesting and on and on and on until it's time to go to bed. And I start in the morning around 6. So I'm usually around 12 to 14 hours every day. Is that in there? Well, here's that opportunity where you know, miss that risk neutral scale. I don't have any other signals coming up over here. Because this is this data. That's why I'm using these candlesticks. The A signal says that the signal bar opens below, closes above the IB, and the bar previous to the signal bar closes higher than it opens. This is to do with the initial balance. The whole thinking about that is I want to be going in the direction of the market. Just a further extension of the whole of the concept of trade with the context, not against it. If the market is bars are going up, that's good for me. I don't want to go down, up. You know, and this is just me thinking out loud. So here we are. Still in the trade on the system, by the way. Still in the trade. Scaled, risk neutral, just sitting here with our hat on, going, you know, got on the helmet and the feet up and going, yahoo, buckaroo, let's get going. Show these girls who's boss. No A here because of this up-down thing. Frustrating. But you know, I don't know what to think. I'm gonna trade the signals, and I'm hopefully able to figure them out over here. What we need to do is come down through here. We needed to come up through here, up through here, and have the A. Then we would have had the B. Then we would have had the trigger again. And you can, you know, you can go zooming off the reservation anytime you want and do all the trading you want to do over here, but that's not what I'm going to do because that ruins the whole deal. You see the advantage of trade location, asymmetrical location. What does that mean? Well, that your entry positions your stop, which you have predetermined way before the market started, what your bracket's going to be. You want your entry to be in such a point that your stop is at a point where you damn well know the trade's not working, you know? Had my entry been here, my stop would be down here. And I know that all of this trade was above us. And what is the relationship? It's 1 or 2 ticks to the stop. And an asymmetrical relationship is, as far as you want to go to the upside. Asymmetric relationship between risk and reward. And this is pretty frustrating to watch the market drive off. And I'm winning on one side and I took a stop on the other. Isn't that something? I'm winning on the system. Had I taken the system trade as it was signaled and not questioned it, because I didn't get the B signal, and I want to confirm that I've got the B coded differently in the system than I do on these signal markers, and I have not got a way figured out to sync those two. They were at one point, because the signal markers were just saved as signals from the rules, but then, that's changed a whole lot since I did that. And here we go. Disappointing, huh? No A, no B. No trigger. Wait a minute. Why isn't this an A and a B? Oh no. I'm going to B. Why isn't this a previous and an A? No B yet. Well, that's pretty darn frustrating. Maybe I've got this all, maybe I'm confusing myself here. That's pretty easy to do. I'm on my back foot now because the system is just merely trading along. It has gotten in this trade way over here, and it's, it's risk neutral, and it's just sitting there waiting for the outcome, waiting for the close to be closed out, waiting for the second target. Over here, I took the trade late manually and stopped. Here. Rather than here, still be in the trade. Had I entered here, which is, there's no reason why I would have decided to do that other than I just click quicker than, I guess if I'd have been slower on the draw and clicked down here, I'd have been all set. But that's, woulda, shoulda, coulda. If I'd have been born, 7 foot tall and a good basketball player, I'd probably be in the NBA, but guess what? I wasn't, and I'm not. Now I'm all confused now. I got to remember, but I got to give some serious thought to how I'm doing this manually with this idea, assuming that I don't see, which I don't have my trigger thing going on IRT because it's in a trade and it doesn't do that. So what do I need to do? I am real puzzled why this wasn't, there's the open and there's the close and there's the IB. Why was this not an A? This is open, close. This should have been an A. Now, no B yet until here, I guess. Yeah, here. And then, so this would be the A coming down here. I hesitate to take that because I'm not getting confirmation on my signal side, and I don't know what the hell, why. I don't know why that didn't fire on the signals. Am I looking at something wrong here? Oh, yes, I am. What a fool. What a complete fool. No, no, no. Here we go. Price trades up, opens, closes. Opens, closes. It should be an A, sure as hell. Huh. Well, there you go. Not receiving enough video. Okay. Why did that happen? Error, your YouTube is not receiving enough video. So what did something happen with OBS or what? I don't know what's going on here. My thing fall over or something? I got an error over on my OBS YouTube Studio side that it's not getting, the stream isn't getting enough data. I don't know. Enough video. Oh, it's way down to, yeah, it's way off. It's down to 19 kilobytes per second. What happened? Why? I don't know. Drop frames. Ooh, lots of drop frames. Well, something's going on here. On top of everything else, the stream isn't working worth a damn. Antonio, Ron, looks like everything's goofy. Well, that's something I need to figure out how to do. Kind of funny because I monitor the stream on my upper computer here, and it seems like it's just trading right along with the breeze here. But got yellow crap going all over here that says YouTube's not receiving enough video and the frame rate per second is way down and the missed drop frames are way up, and it beats the hell out of me. I've never seen that one before. Maybe all the optimization I did over the weekend shot me in the foot. Ooh, look at there. Well. This doesn't look good. And there is not yet. We're not stopped out yet, but pretty darn close. Another tick, I think, we'll be over the hump. Yeah, there's our stop right there. So there's the stop. And we have a B now. Let's see if we get an A. I don't know what to think about this YouTube and whatever else. So I'm gonna keep on talking and trading and see what the hell happens. If you guys are keeping up, great, and if not, well, that's also great. Now we're getting a A and a B and a trigger for a short here, which is coming up pretty quick. Again, I don't know how profitable that's going to be, but let's see what happens here. And why this did this, I don't know.
Order submitted.
Well, we got short now, as we should. Let's see what happens here. So this was an A, a B, and a trigger. Now the system's not in because it has done something. I don't know what. Oh, it hasn't redone the A and the B. Redone the A. And I suppose they're not going to get down and give us that risk neutral trade, that risk neutral. Come on now. One of you guys isn't pushing. Get out. Somebody over there. Well, let's see. I don't know what we're going to get here, but let's see what happens. Yeah, 1 minute. Ooh, the boss is calling. That's usually a good thing. Huh? Of course. Come on, one more pop down there. Oh, now we've done something. Now this frame rate's up to speed. No, there we go. Look at there. So there's our risk neutral trade T2. Okay, there you go. Now let's see what happens. I'm going to go see what the boss is up to before I get spanked. Yes, ma'am. So here is the quandary, right? Now, if I took them all off right here, I'm scratch on the day. If I bring it up to here, I'm only down 12 ticks. But none of those things are part of the plan or part of my trade plan as it's developed and as it's been vetted, right? So I am going to just stand here and see what the hell happens. And hopefully Blondie Puss will come out and say something terrible. This bad boy will mean revert. I can't tell you the positive impact that the risk neutral scale has on Monkey Boy. Ta-da. What are we doing now? Let's take a bigger look. Let's go back to the beginning, shall we? Let's see what that useless blue boy's up to. Well, those candlesticks would make it kind of confusing, don't they? Let's remove that. So, what's happening that we see here, just looking at the bigger picture, which is the context. Now, in all reality, I am short, so I'm counter trend. Higher lows, higher highs. Context was up. We were, rotational, but and they're selling it, but they're not getting any place. Are we going to just bust loose and mean revert? That would be pretty cool for me, because here's my T2. There's my, I would have to think about moving this, moving the target just above the POC, to be honest. Oh, well, now I'm really screwed. Now we got a POC migration. Now Antonio's jumping for joy. He's got it going up the other way. And I'm not, that's not so happy for me. You see that? What does that mean? That means that traders figure up, here's a good place to trade. I'm going to be hopeful that one of Tom's, TLab Tom's, his nickname in there, or whatever is called Tom B, so that's what I'll use. Oh, that we're going to do a price check at aisle 3. Is this still too low? Let's see if we come down here. I'll have to give some serious thought to bringing this up above that, where the previous POC. Whether it's going to get there or not, who the hell knows? And you know what? I have no clue. There's break even. Here's T1. That would wash me out of the scratch. This would wash me out plus 12 or minus 12. I'm going to try to not wash out. And let's hope that they trade her down. They went way up here and brought them back down here. Let's see if they come down and price check at aisle 3. That's all I know. All I know to do is watch this thing. I'm going to try turning on the music only because I want to see if it works with all of this stupidness I did over the weekend. Okay. I don't think I ever got, what is this? Oh, I got to log in. See? That's what happens when I didn't prepare properly. I have no idea whether that's going to be it or not. No. I'll have to see what's going on here. Never mind for the music. Sorry about that. Okay. Now what are they going to do? Try to get up there and take me out just to piss me off? So we're 1 point high and we're 30 minutes across the board here. You know something I didn't look at yet today? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Look at the volume. 77%. 3-point range. There's the stop. Scratch. So still down 24. That last trade was just a waste of commissions. Yeah. But it was counter trend. It was per the signal. But, you know, there you go. What are you going to do? Okay. So in reverse action, what this would have been was buy the pullback, right? If you're doing that kind of thing, buy the pullback, buy the pullback, buy the pullback, buy the pullback, buy the pullback. Obviously, hindsight's really clear. I'm trying to do this in conjunction with my trade signals, which I'm not getting any of over here. So there you go. Now we're zooming up on I'm bored and don't want to do this anymore because it's at freaking lunchtime. Oh, I don't want to do that. Come over here. Talk to me over here, honey. Where's the freaking account? I don't know what the hell it is. I'm not getting any signals here that are tradable, so I don't have an A or a B or anything else. And That's the problem with these triggers. They fire all over the place as far as the signals go. Oh, yeah. One trade. This is why I'm trading live. MES. That's $30 right there. Not $300. Big difference. As long as I'm testing this out, I'm not going to. I have a whole system which I can show you about how I'm working out these. How I'm working this out. Oh yeah, I could be taking these screen snaps too. Man, I'm way behind the curve here. Sorry about that. So here we go with the whole enchilada here, eh? Showing everything there is to show. Positions, all that kind of stuff. Those are things that I put in the journal, of course. And I will then enter this stuff in my running total for my statistics. Yeah. Well, what I was going to do was, look at this thing here. Well, I keep opening these things on the wrong side of life. This is a new crap edge thing. Okay. So here is this is now going to be the new month. This is correct, and this is the IBF. Ticks minus 24. 125, 48. I was doing what if crap. Okay. So what this has done now, I think, what it's supposed to do now, yes. What it's done now is calculated pretty much everything there is to do with R multiples and all that kind of thing. All the statistics about this trade. So this will be the beginning of the December trade. There was November. These are the cumulative trade stats, etc. Now this is my tool for sizing up. And my plan is as follows. I will trade the micros. First of all, I'm working on it. I have to keep apples and apples even, right? So this is trading a 2-lot risk neutral package for both either the micro or the mini. I'll trade the micros until the P&L net, not gross, net after commissions, is 1.3 times the mini full stop. So what that boils down to is 319 ticks. And I'm going the wrong direction over here. What this is how many wins I have to have and how many trades I need to have in order to get there. I was down to 1.6. You see what I mean? In order to get to that point, here's the net ticks, the trade, all the stats you can see in front of your nose over here, I think, probably. Planned, the planned expectancy, the realized expectancy, percentage risk, multiple, R multiple, count, all that stuff. That's how I'm doing it. If that helps, take a screenshot. Let me know if you want to just copy this Google sheet. That's not a problem. And, oh, look at here. We've got a new A. Where did that happen at? Oh, right here, yeah. We got an A. We don't have a B. We don't have a trigger yet. And at this point in time, I'm a little bit apprehensive about, well, no, I guess I would be trading in line with context. Oh yeah, showing you that, okay. No B yet. No B yet. This is supposed to close up here, then pull back to here, and then go that way. Let's see if it does. And if it does, guess who's going to Donkey Don over here is going to be trading that bad boy. Whoops. So if we get a signal here as a B, and then we get a trigger, this system will take another trade. Fingers crossed. You guys got to remember that I'm just winging this, man. I'm just trading along, like everybody else. Only I'm doing it live and direct. I'm just working this stuff out as I go. Wow, that's pretty close there, huh? So there would have been the B, one more tick, close, and then the trigger. Ooh, frustrating. Now you see that we have a trigger. A, trigger, but no B. If this would have closed right there, that would have been a B, and this would have been the trigger. Damn, huh? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Or as they used to say in the carnival, close but no cigar. Wow, that's disappointing. Excuse me. This is a random mess, to be honest about it. Yeah, but I'll take it. What can I say? I would take it. What can I say? Out of whack now, which is pretty disappointing, and headed for what is her name? Levitt? Is that it? The press secretary lady person? Yeah. Caroline Levitt, I think, isn't it? He's going to be doing something at 12 o'clock. That's what I was trying to do when I got that late entry. Probably happen again, I was trying to show you how, I see they've done it twice now. They've added Levitt at 12 and Trump at 1500. Didn't used to be there. So Financial Juice is good about that. And yeah, whereas IRT or investing.com this is so annoying. Investing.com just just shows the reports. Now let's get back to the business at hand here. We're still waiting on the B, by the way, and then the trigger, and then who knows. The closer we get to Blondie-Puss time, the less confident I get. That's for damn sure. Sure. We still have to now, in order to have this trade fire, it has to go into the continuation zone for the B and then back to the trigger and then again. So, you know, we're getting a lot of dipsy doodles going on here. I'm not so sure about wanting to do. Let's get back over to Executionville over here. And nothing at this point. I've taken 2 trades. I didn't change my stops or my targets. Last week I did do that. Last week I trailed up to ensure that I was scratched. And maybe that's a plan going forward, but that's not the kind of decision you make. Well, let me rephrase that. Never change your trade plan. Come on, you son of a bitch. Never change your trade plan or your anything to do with your trading during the live trading session. That's all supposed to be done in your homework period away from the market. And, you know, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. So we're getting a B over here, perhaps. This needs to close within the trigger zone. And then it needs to pull back to the trigger. I mean, in the not trigger zone, continuation zone. And then it needs to pull back to the trigger zone. And then I need to go. And so now we have a B. Okay. Now, if this pulls back to here, that's a long for me. And boy, that's going to be a mechanical entry and not anything I'm particularly proud of, because it's almost I'm not a big fan of trading breakouts, to be honest with you. And also, it's, you know, it's Leavitville. Here's coming right up. So we have the B, but no trigger. If they take a quick drop down, smacked along. Is it going to go off without us? Probably. Well, maybe not. All I need to get down is that, excuse me, one or two more oomph, and we'll get down here, and then away we go. They're not getting any oomphs here, are they? Looks like we got all oomphed out over here. Remember, this is the active data column. If you have selected both, that means you can trade with the chart and on the chart with your mouse and on the dome with your mouse. If you make a mistake and actively click on this side of this line over here somewhere, you got a trade or an order going on you may or may not have planned on. Oh man, come on now. You could have given me an entry. But oh no. Oh no. Surely not. Stop calling me Shirley, right? Well, there we go. I can't imagine what's going to bring her back down here and then send it back up again, but hey, that's what happened over here, isn't it? This is the joy of trading. And it's also the joy of trading on the first day back after a long holiday and light volume. meaning they can shove this thing around any old which way they choose. And I'm going to, my workflow for these levels, assuming that this is actually still valid, is to change the text to black. And then I take them off the micro composite version here. It's been hanging a long time though, I can tell you that. There you go. Now, doggone it. Wouldn't I have loved to have this just drop right down here and grab along? Yeah. I sure would have. I have something in my throat that isn't agreeing with me here. Look at that. Monkey boy is just tugging at me over here. This is where the FOMO, the chasing, the revenge trading, all of that crap, all of those things that kept you going on the 1,000 years ago don't work out for you here. Gosh, that's disappointing though. And I'm afraid to go eat this lovely food that my wife has put together for us and called me to a while ago. Because the second I do, of course, bing, bang, bong, and this thing is going to go to the moon, Alice. Welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up and a like. I don't have any, I'm not funded or monetized in any way, so I'm in it for the subs and the likes. And drop something in the chat. That'd be great. Let us know where you are, what you think. Is this a dumb idea, a good idea? If you've got a consistently profitable trading strategy, be sure you let us know what that is. I'll give you my phone number. You can call me if you don't want to type it in the chat. Call me. No. Pretty dismal probabilities back down to here, huh? Now, what is she going to say? That's the next one. That's one of those unidentified critical risks I speak about in the pre-market. Ah, darn it. Well, that is just disappointing, isn't it? And if you're looking at this thing over here on the signal deal, all we needed was for this bar to come right to there. And that was the trigger, and Katie bar at the door on this system. It didn't happen as far as the trading system's concerned with this bunch of stuff here. And these signal markers are just indicators that I've coded onto this chart to represent the rules of the actual system. And the same with the pullback zones and all that stuff. The actual system is over there. I don't want to move this thing and get it all discombobulated. No, man, I'm disappointed now. Bummer. Yeah, that would have been. And if you trade in some other kind of system and it works for you and you can vet that, you can capture enough instances or occurrences of that to be outside of, random occurrence, or in other words, to be statistically significant. That's fantastic. Good for you. Ooh, double top, look here, double top. Ooh, now we're going to come zooming back down, and she's going to say something, and I'm going to have to get long because we've got an A and a B and a trigger. And then I'm going to be all bummed out. Come on down a little bit more here. Come on down. That Monty Hall or whatever. Game show guy. By golly, they're going to keep trying to come down. One more push. Come on, somebody out. Somebody get out of the car and push. Somebody get out of the car and push. This is where I'm always torn. Do I put a resting order around the IBI? Do I wait for one more push? Do I put it at the trigger? I don't know. Do these dorks get going? I don't have my candles on here. I'm all unprepared for activity here. Come on, you son of a bitch. Oh, this mouse and I are not getting along. Okay, let's get back out to where we were. Let's get back out to something. Zoom out to 1 minute here or something. If you're new to this thing, what I'm doing, this is a whole new experiment that I dreamed up over the weekend. When I anticipate interacting with the market, to get these 1 minute candles as minimized as I can get them on Bookmap, just simply so that I know what 1 minute is. And I want to point out that this candle is plotting this data. It's not this way, right? It's the other way. So, okay. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to figure this out as we go here. The signals and the system that I backtest is one thing, but then transposing all of that across the Bookmap and live trading on a real rhythmic or real AMP account, excuse me, is another one. And I need to get into the trigger zone here in order to get to put on another long. And this is 1 minute, right? It's just so I have some idea of how price is moving within those bars. And whether that matters or not, it's another problem, but it is for me. Excuse me. And I want to point out here that you see that I have removed the session price lines from the chart. The flags are still applicable, but the only charting lines I've got on here now are the IB's high, low, and the continuation pullback zone and triggers. I'm of a mind to just put a resting order down there at the trigger and and something, I don't know what. One more tick, she said. One more tick. Wow, that's pretty amazing, huh? I would think to get it back down to the value area high at least, or the IB high, but that's just me thinking. And then it shows you what I get. Shows you what I get for thinking. Okay, I don't need to confirm because I already know I've got the proper package. I'm on both, and I'm ready to go here. Look at that. That's amazing, huh? How do they know that line's there? That's pretty funny, though. It's not funny, haha, but isn't it coincidental? Right exactly on the triggers, my trigger line, which is absolutely freaking nothing to do with anything, anywhere. That's no level anybody pays attention to ever. It's what this line represents 1 point above the IB high, 1 point below, period. But boy, I'll tell you, it's holding its own for the trigger zone. And now we got what's her bucket showing up at 12. Well, there according to the trigger zone is a trigger. And that's definitely a trigger there now. Well, I got to take it because it's a signal, so I did. Now we'll see how much I regret that. Well, look at that, huh? One tick again. With this one tick crap is getting kind of old. One tick from my scale, isn't that something? Isn't that funny? Ha ha ha, not funny. And the system did take another trade just as I did. Okay, there's our risk neutral scale. That makes me a happy guy. And now we're aligned with the system, which is kind of cool. And if I can think about how to do all of this, I will. So here's the system trade, which fired exactly as we got, as I got it. So let's see if it works out. And now we're risk neutral scale. So what? I got the helmet on, got the feet up, here we go. And I have to stop and think about the fact now, if I wanted to trail up to here, it would be a scratch on the day. And that's the thing I've been working on with the backtesting is trailing to lock in, to do this, to do that. And I can show you, I've got hundreds of them. Well, I can show you that actually. Okay, these are the vetted trades just for the MES and ES. These all represent a back test of 500 or however many days, up to here was 488 days, and then these I was doing last night just for November. That's how I do it. And my inclination here is to just ask, I got Levitt talking this. God knows what she's going to do. We think it's a great thing to murder survivors. Jesus Christ. I hear the news and I just have to turn my head. It's like, whoa. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff going on. Come on, say something good. You're going to give free money. Come on, baby. Free money. Come on, Caroline. My thinking is that we're going to try to run them up, and I'm going to stick with my guns here. What I will do, or what one of my anticipations here is that once we have achieved T1 plus a figure, I don't know, let's pick one, you know, then I trail to T1. That's kind of the thinking that I have had. And I have back tested a lot of different things, trail to break even, trail to entry, trail to T1, which means break even for the day so far, right? And all that kind of thing. What my big problem has been is what's the trigger? What's the trail trigger, you know? This is 12 ticks. Is it another 12 ticks? So 48, 2, you know? Is it 55? These are points, remember. Well, these are 2 points, or 2 ticks each. So I don't know. It's easy for me to understand that this is two points wide. Yeah, I really don't know what to think. Low volume area here. We got this high up here. We had a previous RTH high up here. We got, don't forget, we have settlement up above us, not too far away. So what do we got here? So we got 47. So 50 would be another 12. You know, I don't know. And to scale, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Another concept that a lot of people do with scaling is trail to the swing low. Excuse me, trail to the swing lows. Like here, for example. Which seems pretty tight in this environment. I suppose I could be scaling back out to see Blue Boy and the bigger picture now, maybe. Get rid of the candles because that's over with now, I guess. This is all stuff I've never traded before. This is all brand new. Welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up and subscribe. That's a big help. Drop something in the chat so we don't feel like crickets over here talking. I don't know. I don't know what to think. $50 is the number, you know, 50 would be the number, right? And that's 12 more ticks, I guess. I don't know. It's just thinking out loud here. Oh, man. Thinking out loud here makes me real uncertain when any of the random risk band are on stage. And that's probably what exactly is going on here right now. Just about when she started talking, right? Oh, yep. What might she say? What might she do? I don't know. I'd say the minute we pop 50, I'm going to trail because of the fact that it's noon and we have Ms. Levitt on the microphone. That's my guess. That's my anticipation at this point. Trail to here, or maybe a little above it. I don't know. Don't know what to say or think or do. I'm not real crazy about giving anything back, especially in the middle of this kind of mess that we've got going on with her. Potential. This, I'm trying to make sure this is not FOMO talking or monkey boy in action. I think they're going to just flutter back and forth through here till she's through talking is what I'm afraid of. And maybe I'm going to do this anyway.
Order submitted.
Now that may not work out well, but maybe a commission.
Order submitted.
That may not work out well, but let's see. I don't think I'm comfortable with this with her on the microphone. There you go. Okay, and I don't feel bad about that at all. And it may take off and just rocket up to T2. Let's see what happens. But anyway. Oh, wait a minute here. I don't want to do that. And just, what'll happen now is this will be to the tick my stop. Notice if I'd have left it here instead of going up for the commission. And then it'll rip up the roof, and then I'll be all pissed off and upset and crying in the closet, sobbing in the corner of the shower. And here we have the trade is taken by the system and not meddled with by the human, and see what happens. Oh, yeah. Exactly what is going to happen. Isn't that just perfect? Hey, what you get for letting FOMO F with you? Or whatever, monkey boyish? Well, there we go. There we go. And now we're up here. Another 12 ticks. Ticks. Another 3 points. So I'm still not too disappointed about that because my typical rule of thumb is never, unless I'm well in a trade like this one and T1 taken care of, be in a trade when critical risk is on the, when they have the microphone. It just doesn't work. I'm going to step away now and see what Mama cooked up for lunch. Yeah, sure as hell. Well, this is a classic example of not letting your winners run and convincing yourself that that's I don't know how to exactly put it, that justifying to yourself. Humans are really good at justifying whatever they want to do, just like they are seeing patterns that don't exist really. I don't really have a problem with the fact that I took this trade as I did and took it off based on the news. That is genuinely a repeated rule of mine. I have a problem that I did this now, that we're up here approaching T2, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. And here's a perfect example, boy. God damn, come on. Monkey boy? Computer. Monkey boy? Computer. I think it's especially funny that had I trailed to the level and not thought, let me just throw in one tick for the for commissions, I would still be in the trade. God. Not funny, but pretty funny. Computer, monkey boy. Yeah, whatever. For any newcomers here, welcome to the stream. Thumbs up, like, subscribe, all that stuff. And drop something in the chat. This is live trading with Bookmap. in a live account, live funded account, funded by me, not a prop thing, with AMP futures. Taken 3 trades, boom, stop, scratch. FOMO boy cleaned it off for break even. And, could have let it run to there. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. The system that I'm manually entering over here is still in the long trade that it took right here on the 3rd trade. And yeah, that's where this is. And this is all based on a vetted backtested system. It's lunchtime. The press ladies having a conference or whatever you call it, a briefing or something. And then apparently Trump is going to be speaking at 3, which is who knows what about, but there you go. I consider those, anytime those people are near a microphone, it's random potential unidentified critical risk, because who knows what they could say, one way or the other. And that's just a function of where we are in today, in current trading environment. So, yeah, there you go. There we are. And there you go. I won't be looking at any trades, first of all, until this one is taken out or resolved in some way. And I will just keep up on, I'll be putting in my stats here into the system. There are the 3 trades, there's the outcome, there's everything you want to know about them. These are all live. AMP trading. Right there. Scratch. There you go. And now wait, I guess I could take a screen snap, maybe. Screen snap of this, I guess. I post these into the journal Static, actually. And I don't use that subchart for anything, so I try to have as much space as I can get over here. Now, the reason for these 1-minute candles is part of the system trying to get my head around the specific rules which are based on 1 minute over here. So I worked out over the weekend that, well, if I put these 1-minute candles up here and I put 1 minute, wherever it went, 1 minute on the timeline down here, so every candle's firing, I can tell what's happening when as far as sequence, Each candle, for example, this candle is graphing this data. This candle, this data. So I can tell, did we put in the high first and then the low? Because if you look at a candlestick chart, you don't know what got put in first. And with backtesting, it doesn't know the interbar details. It reviews open, high, low, close per increment or periodicity that you have on your charting. So when I was doing the backtesting this weekend, trying to understand specifically which fired first, the candle or the chicken or the egg, I was running these backtests over 30-second bars. This is my workaround for that. this is my workaround for that in Bookmap by having the candle. And the only thing the candle does, I'd have bars if I could, but they don't do that. And this is as narrow as you can make them. This marks every 1 minute, so I can see exactly and this is the last price. So I can tell exactly what the last price, how the sequence worked. We put in the low before we put in the high. And even though this is a positive bar where we had a open lower than the close, you have no idea whether we put in the high first or the low first until you look at it at this level. And that's important. As I think. I'm just thinking out loud here, boys and girls. And I think I can get away with getting rid of the candlesticks here and getting this thing back to Blue Boy on duty. There's 1.50 cents high, or not 1 point. Let's get Blue Boy back here. And this is my all important Blue Boy team member here. This is a vertical line that I slap on the first print of every session. When I can see that out of the corner of my eye, I know that the entire session is in view. What would you say we're doing this session? What is the context? Heidi-ho, up we go. Now, I took the short trade too because it was signaled by the system. And that's the plan at this point. That was the plan that I make away from the trading day during the study period. In reality, shorten this context is not very clever. Getting Nancy fancy and dancy over here and trailing up, breaking my rule. Do I want to leave it alone? Do I want to scale to break entry? What? The 1,000 questions that go through your mind all the time. Well, in hindsight, it's pretty freaking clear that this would have been a great idea to stay in this thing. One trade out of thousands. That's it. Maybe they'll come storming in the White House at night and haul off, what's her name? What's her name? Whatever Trump's wife's name is, I can't remember. What happened? Am I rich yet? Oh, it's going to go up there and take T2. Sure as the damn world. What I've noticed now, and what I did with vetting my trades originally, I would do this exactly like the computer. Not you can't alter anything in any way. Otherwise, you can't include that occurrence in your data set that you're using to vet, to do your probabilities. So, in other words, I'd still be in this trade because I would have been long here and T1 there and stop down there. Now that I've started, Monkey Boy here's been trying to figure out how to trade, manage, and maximize the winners and that kind of thing. There you see the result. What's this? 48 to 12 handles. So. Ticks, I'm sorry. Well, here's my prediction. We're going to take out settlement, or we're going to test up to 59. Unless she says something sideways here. Now you see what Monkey Boy will do for you. I hope. Stop. Signal. Risk neutral scale. Didn't touch anything. Scratch. So this is still working a stop. Monkey Boy starts eating on me. Oh, we're coming in. I start thinking about Levitt or whatever her name is, all that stuff. Rather than just do what I'm supposed to do. I mean, I didn't do anything different here. Didn't do anything different here. I'm gonna get smart, right? This is one of those instances, and let me just reassure you, anybody in earshot here, you do not get more intelligent when you're in a trade. It's not a fact. It's not a thing, really. So I get to thinking about this, and I think about this now. What did I just think myself out of? Almost 3-1, or way up here. There was T1. There was no, immediately to T1, and there was no risk. Right? Risk neutral scratch was it. And I cost myself, I would assume before it's over, a full trade. That's the difference in compounding your account by by sticking to the rules. Simple as that. I was more concerned with some sort of a emotional feeling about the stop, and so I cost myself this, looking at 24 ticks instead of 60. Stupid. When this trade reaches T2, there'll be another sell indicator like this over here, red line down, and it'll be a total. I keep the profit targets and stops and stuff off here because it's just drawing lines all over the place. I tell you. Boy, wouldn't it be great if trading at do-overs or mulligans? Well, I would imagine we're going to get that T2 target here momentarily. Right there. 56.25. What do we got going on over here? Well, it's 3 ticks. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. So I cost myself 60 ticks to guarantee 24. Stupid. It's real easy to remember. Let me be really quick to point out, which I think I have forgotten to all day. This is rear view mirror trading. Did I know what was going to happen there? Likely it was going to go up. You know, this is the stock and trade of all the internet gurus. Is anybody can look in the rear view mirror and predict what's going to happen and know that, well, I'm trailing below this swing low and this swing low and this swing low. But did you know that this was a swing low? And how about this one over here? And how about this one right here? Of course you didn't. Neither did they. I'll point out when I go through the back testing about the fallacy of all the tricks. Whether they mean to do it or not, maybe they just don't know. I don't know. But these guys that are always yapping about win rate and all this kind of stuff, R value, it's freaking meaningless unless you have the whole data picture. I got a win rate of 99% and an R value of 10. Really? How many trades was that? 2. You know, it doesn't matter. That's not the point. You have to have a large enough data set to be outside or away from or not affected by random distribution or variance. Oh man, I am going to be so annoyed at myself when I take this thing, and then I'm going to be even more annoyed when we go to settlement, and then even more annoyed when we go to the overnight high, which I might point out to you in case you have forgotten, is right there, and that's 51% probability. Drum roll, please. Mic drop, please. So there's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And to be honest with you, I had completely lost track of that overnight high until I glanced over at at investing.com. Yeah, the monkey boy stuff that I have to watch out for myself is I don't have a problem over trading, moving my stop away from entry, any of that kind of thing. That just doesn't happen in my life, in my world. But convincing doing things like rationalizing, trailing up here and taking that extra tick and reassess this a lot. But that's, I think going forward, and, for the record here, I am not going to trail until I have firmly and properly vetted a strategy for that, which is beneficial, and then it will be stated in the stream, in the pre-market before, and then that's what I will do. But this, humans are so good at confirmational bias and seeing patterns where they don't exist and rationalization and all that stuff. And I'm going to chalk this up to an error in that regard, not following my plan, actually. Yeah. Did it work out? Well, not very damn well, but am I excited to be neutral? No. Not at all. So that's going to be now I have vetted a whole buttload of them. Let me see if I can get this freaking thing to do what I want. So here are all the trades that I have. These are all the back tests that I've done so far. Recently. Well, since whatever the hell this is. This is the backtest period. Yeah, it's not when the backtest was done. There you are. And you can see all of these what ifs, right? And then I got to thinking, well, I'm trading in micro, so why don't I just stick with that? So there's, there's all these different micros. The 12, 12, 12, the 12, 12, zeros, all of those things. And the way that it's real simple to interpret this, take a screen snap, whatever you want to do. Symbol, tick value, stop, T1, T2, package size. Is there a trigger? No, like right here, there's no trigger. This is the basic 2-lot package right here. 12, tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. Exactly what I'm trading today on both the IRT trade gizmo over there and bookmap. Package size 2. Was there a trail trigger? No. Was there a trail plus entry? No. In other words, straight up, this is the way it should have been carried out, and the way it was carried out, exactly here, not here. Here is 12, 24, 24 with a 12 tick trigger to entry. 36, you see all over the place. 12 to, one of the funnier things that I noticed was, well, there was a funny one that I did here. Oh, this has got to be 12. I'm sorry. This is the one I just, isn't it the one I just did? Oh, no. This is a back test. Ironically, a 2-tick stop, 16, 16, nothing. One of the more profitable strategies. 65% win rate, an R fact value of 8. Yeah. This is the sizing. This is the one I did today. The sizing one, I was confused. Then this is the individual vetting one, where I just put in different stuff. Yeah. Anyway, really, real good at justifying, rationalizing, which is a 10-cent word for bullshitting yourself. And that kind of brings me to another important point, I think, about this stream. If you weren't here at the pre-market, it is my virtual trading journal. Should be obvious. Everything is completely transparent, in-depth detail about the setups and the triggers and the this and the that and every other damn thing. How I plan it, how I track it, how I trade it. How the outcome of the trades to the, entry time to the nanosecond and exit and blah, 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 everything, every data point there is. And do you know why I do that? Because I can't click the mouse on. Do you know why I do that? Who am I bullshitting? Me. This is my journal. I'm not trying to convince somebody into, subscribing and getting me a million things. I'm not trying to make a living off YouTube. Yeah. If they want to give me a lot of money, super duper, I'd be happy. But my goal is I'm thinking practical. My living, my business is trading. And who in the world would I be trying to bullshit? Me. How stupid is that? Mirror on the wall, right? I mean, Jesus Christ. And therefore, that's why I'm so emphasize frequently transparency, fully accountability. That's why the stream is 7 hours long every day. So there's no question about trades. I used to die laughing at this guy, Trades by Matt. I don't know if you know who that is or not. I've heard other people actually comment about this too. He's now, I think, the big cheerleader for Apex, I think. And I'm sure making a lot of money. Lives over here in Austin. I'm sure he's a great guy. Probably a nice guy. Continually. He had a stream in the morning and he would be way down. $3,000 or something like that. And the next morning he'd log on, miraculously his account was up. Yeah, well, I got back on after lunch, I got mad. I got back on after lunch. I made it all back and then $1,000 or something like that. It was like, oh, sure you did, dude. And maybe, the problem, the really sad part is maybe that was the truth. But nobody will ever know. And based on the general internet world, I don't think anybody's going to believe it. Just like these guys that have 2 accounts and do all of this crap and get any one of them to show you their broker statements. I stream the entire day. There's no different trades tomorrow than you've seen today. You got my clock, hours, minutes, seconds, the date, book map, IRT, every way I can think of to alleviate any question about accountability or transparency, because that's not what I'm about. This is my trading journal. I'm not trying to trick myself. Look in the mirror in the dark and tell yourself how young you look, Maybe not. Maybe not. My wife says I'm real handsome in the dark. I don't know. Does that matter? Hey, Panda. Hey, baby girl. Hey, did you get out? Did you have a fun time on the table? I'm being summoned here by Panda. I got to see what she's up to. Oh, another VPOC migration. Oh, baby. I think it worked out pretty good today. Here's Pattern Boy again. Oh, look at there. VPOC migration, VPOC migration. Yeah, well, what happened to VPOC migration, VPOC migration, VPOC migration? You know? If you've got statistics that prove that entry, knock yourself out. I have not. I have, and it's obviously the most in-your-face trade you could do, because how can you possibly miss the yellow brick road moving around, right? But I've not been able to come up with the parameters which validate the entry on that. Now, Rod has an interesting one that I don't know if he's got statistics on it, but he's talked about it more than once, where when the initial balance, the VPOC, which is volume point of control, right? Point of control, we know, is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, 95. The minute this price gets to 71.96, the VPOC's going to go there. It's obviously gone up and down there a bunch of times. So his statistic, which I forget what he said, is when the VPOC migrates outside the IB one way or the other. And I think he's got it. I think it needs to be a certain number of points, like 5 maybe? I don't know. I'm not doing it. I have a older journal where I was real diligent about exporting my rhythmic data every day and all this kind of stuff into that journal, local journal. And with the setups and all those things. And the VPOC migration was clearly the worst setup. in terms of success rate for me, because I could never come up with, oh, well, here you go. Okay, there, VPOC migration, we touch it, we go up. VPOC migration, we touch it, we go up. VPOC migration, we touch it, we fall on our ass by, 10 handles, whatever, 5 handles. Beats me. So is that, do you look at that in a statistical point of view, like, okay, that's 1 out of 3. So that's 30, you had a 60% win rate. Maybe that's the way to do it. I don't know. What I need, now that I have pretty much vetted the initial balance trades, I need to discover or determine the next one that I will do. So any suggestions, I'm all ears, boys and girls. Let's see what's going on in trade world. Ooh, whoa, look at there. Huh? Caroline must have said something. No, I'm not going to do him anymore. Who knows? Oh, look at this. Look at this. Carolina's forsaken us, has she? What is that gal? What's with that gal? You can't trust those blonde gals, I tell you. I think she's actually really won, though. Unlike some of those, some of those gals like Marjorie Taylor Greene and them, they've got such beautiful blonde hair. I don't understand why they let people dye the roots dark. Yeah, you had to be there. Okay, there's the outcome of that trade, that whole shooting match right there. And there's the stop. Okay. So what did that trade end up being? A scratch. Oh, shit. Sorry. There you go. So there we are. Entry. T1. Ooh. To within 1 point of T2. Back to a stop. Scratch. Now, this is the kind of a trade which makes me want to identify a trade management system. I think it's pretty stupid to let all of these ticks come back in your face. And that's kind of what I was thinking here. And now, of course, now that it's down here, I'm a freaking genius, right? Oh, time, baby. That's it. Time. Time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the future. Okay, I won't sing the Chambers Brothers for you. Yeah, well, smack a thumbs up and a subscribe. That would be super. And really great to drop something in chat. I never know who's coming and going. Looks like the views are up and the concurrent viewers are up, and I don't know what that means. I don't know whether... I suppose there's some way to see on YouTube, maybe the regular... I only look at the OBS thing. Maybe there's a way to see who's really online still and all that stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's one person flying in and out. I don't know. Mom. Okay. Yeah, some genius. Oh, there's that VPOC migration again. That worked out real well another time. Find the trade, vet the trade, trade the trade. Plan the trade the plan, all that stuff. All those tired cliches, which are based in truth. Of course, it's like the old market profile thing, gap rules, and that kind of thing. It's amazing how frequently they pan out. So, there you go. Am I a genius now? Oh, absolutely. Look at there. I'm a genius. Because I can guarantee you one thing. I would not have taken this off expecting to get the T2. However, that which says to me, then what do I do? How do I manage this trade up? You need to look at the time frame, I think. Just thinking out loud here now, right? Not rearview mirror trading. I'm thinking about my own trading. I traded up to this swing low. No, I didn't. There was no swing low. Well, yes, there was here, I guess. Boom. Then there was this one. Then this one. Then this one. Then this one. Then stop, I guess. Which would have been, a lot better than what I got. That's why I have all of those attempts to try to figure out what to do with. Now, one of the things that I haven't worked out in the IRT backtesting is trailing, a real trailing where it continues to follow price up in some degree. By the way, here's something I found out over the weekend. If anybody's trading Bookmap, which is, I suppose, I put a snap of this in TLab, Static. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, yes. Here was a trade I took. This is absolutely, God damn it. This is the, where is it? There we go. This is Bookmap replay. Data replay, trailing simulated. Don't want anybody to misunderstand. But this is, I talked about this a little bit earlier. Bookmap has a phenomenal ability to do replaying. You can speed it up, slow it down, stop it, whatever you want to do, or just leave it on one, and it plays exactly like this market is working out live. And if some clever boy shows you a screen snap that's only this right here, or only has this, on their live stream, you would know the difference. And you can trade it just like normal. Here was my example that I was testing out, and I shared this with Rod and everybody. Here's the trade. Do you see any difference between this trade here on a backtested recording or any one of these trades over here? Absolutely none. Now, so my point of the story is, if you use Execution Pro in conjunction with multi-brackets, you can set a trailing stop. And by how far? This is all computerized, all done by the system. Now, that would have been a lovely thing to have right over here in today's trading. And to be honest with you, I only figured this out yesterday, I think, or maybe it was Saturday, but yesterday, about the fact that I could use both of these. And so I'm going to look into that now in my prep work this evening, my office work, or whatever you want to call it. My studio work. And the way you would do that is, while we're doing nothing. Oh, damn, I got the sneezes now. Okay, let's try it again. Now, you already know, of course, about multi-brackets, I hope. I do that every morning in the pre-market. Set this all up for you. Where'd it go? Multi-brackets. This is the risk neutral package. It's all put in there, right? You do all of this stuff just like normal. I've not done this in the live market, so I don't have a clue, but it worked like $1 million. Worked like $1 million on the replay, so I'm assuming that, and multi-brackets, for example, and you'll notice that there's multi-brackets for live trading, and there's multi-bracket sim or replay. When you're in a replay mode, like I showed you there in the screen grab a minute ago, multi-brackets doesn't even exist. It's not even an option. Only sim. You can trade it exactly the same way, but just let you know that. And the reason I'm saying that is Execution Pro, which is right here, doesn't do that. It's just got one, and it apparently works in either. So if I go Execution Pro, and here is what I was messing with. Over the weekend. And that was this setup, trail. And that was triggers 3, trail ticks 3. Yeah, I was doing something, trying to figure out, just playing with it actually. So next go around tomorrow or whatever, I will have this. Tonight I'll do some replay testing. And enable. You got to click that button right there. See that? So I'm going to do some testing, but it's called Execution Pro. It's free and a normal thing let's start over. It's included in Global Plus. So there you are. I don't want to have that on. I have no idea what other secret shit it does. Ooh, Caroline, you dog. What did you do? What did this woman say? Holy smokes. Maybe they were just being polite. And the minute she hung up the mic, everybody jumped out the window, huh? Look at this. Stairs up, stairs up, stairs up. Everybody out the window. Wow. Now, wouldn't you love to have been short there for 20 handles? 80 points, 80 ticks. Yeah. What happened over here? Let's go see if I can figure out how to get to the damn news thing. Well, let's see. Nothing but just quoting what Trump's going to do. All the stuff is going to happen. MRI shows excellent health. You bet. Mm-hmm. Well, none of that would be important, and this was all 25 or more minutes ago. She's not. Here we go. She ended the briefing just now. Okay, look at this. 13:23. She ended the briefing. 1300. 1314. Yeah. 1300. I don't know. What did she say at 1300? Had a very good talks with Ukraine and Florida. Should be from Florida, but the Ukrainians aren't in Florida, I don't think. Oh, maybe they did. Maybe they flew over and went to Mar-a-Lago and had a talk with Trump. I have no clue. Actually, I don't watch the news or the social media or any of that shit. But anyway, I don't know. Who knows what caused it, but this is a really good reason. A really good reason why you don't want to be in a trade when that stuff's going on. I don't. It's like saying that's like the one time that you made money on the being in a trade with the non-farm payroll, and then humans completely. Another thing humans are really good at, besides seeing patterns, confirmation bias, and getting more intelligent after you got in a trade, is only remember the good stuff. When you move your stop away from entry that one time and you don't get stopped out and you make your targets, that's the time you're going to remember. You're not going to remember the thousands of ticks you lost additional when you moved your stop away. That's a fact. I once heard it joked that if women could consciously remembered the pain of childbirth, that humans would have only lasted one generation. Makes sense to me. But I don't know, but kind of fits in line with that. You only remember the good part. It's self-defense mechanisms, I guess. So there we go. Well, am I a genius now? No, I didn't follow my trade properly. However, I did wait until we were up to the prescribed amount of ticks above T2 to scale up or trail up. But, what does that mean? I don't know. And the alternative of me doing that would have been right here. I would have been scratched right there. So I am now flat instead of down 24 ticks on this loss. And that's what I'll remember. And I'll have to be really conscious of that, throwing that, bringing that to the front of my memory file Rolodex. And why I said earlier, and I will determine what my trailing system will be by backtesting it this afternoon, evening. And I'll point that out tomorrow in the pre-market. And otherwise, I will not do that. And I want to come up with something because I don't want to sit here like a bird on a wire and have this come back in your face for a scratch. I don't think that's smart. Maybe, but I don't, right now I don't think that's a smart idea. So I think once you get neutral and you get to a certain point in profit, then up to risk neutral, absolutely never move your stop, my stop. After risk neutral, I've tried a number of back tests. The minute you get risk neutral, bring the stop to entry. Not very positive outcome. I can show you in the back test stuff. Oh, look at them go. Well, they didn't like something very much, did they? Looky here. Now, it looks pretty dramatic over here. Let's get Blue Boy on the job. Well, what are we doing? Well, we're just kind of actually not anything real dramatic, is it? We're trading down to the value area low, and who knows from there. And I'll point out to you that this is still higher lows, higher highs. Is this just a pullback like this one was? Maybe. Okay. Mm. Now, even if you were a real glutton for punishment, here's an A, a B, but no trigger if you wanted to short it per the system. And why the system did not short it. Boy, why is that some bitch keep doing that? So irritating. Why does it keep doing that? Look at that thing jump. I think I know what the problem must be. I don't know what the problem is. I guess I don't know. Now stop already. Well, thinking for itself. Not good, eh? Mm-hmm. Okay. Jesus, 1:45 already. Holy smokes. Holy smoly moly. Hmm. 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 Well, that's magic. Well, looky here. So much for that VPOC migration thing, huh? I guess it's a classic example of the stairs up and the window out, window down. Oh. Well, this is just annoying. Well, it's about as close as you can get to the power hour without being there. All right, so a few things here about trading and backtesting that I keep in mind when I'm approaching the market this way. Probably one of the most important things to remember is that trading futures, anyway, is a zero-sum game. That means that for every buyer, there's a seller. There can never be more buyers than sellers or more sellers than buyers. Futures are traded on a contract. You say, I'm trading so many contracts or lots. It's got nothing to do, it's not like stock where there's, equities, where there's a pool of stock that somebody IPOs and they have a pool of shares and they sell them, whatever. So you need to remember that for every trader, or for every buyer, there's a seller. Every downtick on the market, there's somebody taking the other side of that trade. The way the market goes down is sellers aggressively cross the inside and hit the bid. Down you go. It goes up by buyers aggressively crossing the inside, lifting the ask, and up you go. But never ever is there more buyers than sellers. Yes, there's more liquidity laying on one side than the other. That's very definitely could be the case. But for every trade, there is a buyer and a seller. Now, what the hell does that mean? Well, here's what I think it means. Every time somebody's selling, let's look at right here now. Well, every time somebody's selling all this way and or buying all this way up, buyers are just going crazy. They're buying. What's happening? On the other side of every one of these trades, somebody's selling it. They're taking the other side. They're called the counterparty. What does that mean? Well, if you stop and think about who would have enough money to be buying, selling, all this way up here and have all that inventory sitting up here. Who do you suppose that would be? And how do you suppose they're going to make money? The market goes up to go down, goes down to go up. I think it's just that simple, actually. Of course, there's nuances, and there's this, and there's that, and there's options guys, and they're hedging over here in futures, and all that stuff. But one way or the other, every time somebody sells, somebody's on the other side buying. Every time somebody buys, somebody's on the other side selling. It's that simple. The market goes up to go down, it goes down to go up, it goes up, you know what I mean? And I think that that's kind of the way, if you look at the market that way, I think you'd be better off. I know I try to do it that way so that I don't get on my back foot thinking something's going to happen. Yes, I understand. Over time, the market goes lower left, upper right. You know? It's interesting on the starting soon picture, whatever you want to call it, screen grab for this stream. If you notice, the price, the ES is at 42.25. Now we're at 68.55, 68.30. You know, that's 2,000 and change points higher than it was when I took that screen grab. So it does do that over time, but intraday, like when we're trading, I think it's real important to remember it's a zero-sum game. Another thing that's pretty important to remember is that win rate by and of itself is completely useless. It's internet clickbait, you know, YouTube clickbait, that's it. I mentioned it a little bit a minute ago, you know, you can have a 95% win rate, have your risk to reward upside down, and be broke in 5 trades. No problem. Win rate is a very important part of the metrics to establish whether you've got a positive edge or not, or expectancy. And the expectancy is a better measure, in my opinion, because it looks at a sample, a group of trades, not just one trade at a time. In other words, if I'm going to take the initial balance trade, if I'm taking the initial balance trade, what shall I expect? What amount of ticks or dollars, whichever, I prefer to do it with ticks. How many ticks should I expect to get over 100 trades? That's a metric that I think is important for you to live with. So taking that on to the backtesting idea, then this is what we're doing. This is what I'm doing. Here is scratch, stop, no, scratch, today so far. That's only 2 trades. Oh wait, was there one more? No, only 2 trades today from the system. Scratch, there's enter long, T1, T2. Enter long, T1, scratch, T2. Those are the signal trades that have happened so far today from the backtest. Now, what in the hell is the backtest? Well, the way that you go about backtesting and the way that I talked about earlier, vetting a trade in order to have a trade with a proven statistical edge for you to trade, which is called vetting, you know, and the way you do that is backtesting. You could conceivably scroll back through the charts one by one, day by day, and find every one of these trades that does a specific has a specific outcome and very specific rules, and come up with a statistic. You could do that, but some people do. I could not. I worked out that I could not be. That's how come this chart was developed. I thought, well, if I'm going to go back here, I need to see exactly which rules are being hit, and if in fact they are. Or not close, or well, pretty close to there, almost got to the trigger, I'm going along. No. Got to be exact. Otherwise, you don't have a statistically significant data set. Now, the way you achieve that, I have my idea for the trade. What is it? Well, it's going to be an IB long continuation or an IB short off the high. an IB long off the low or an IB continuation short off the low, right? There's only 4 trades. There's only 2 possibilities, one on each side of the initial balance trade. So that gives me an opportunity to trade when we're in a directional move, gives me an opportunity to trade when we're in a rotational move. Stand by. Yeah. All right, so there we go. Where was I now? So what I've done is I set about building a trading system definition in IRT around the initial balance. Continuation, short. Continuation, short. Short continuation, long failure. Long continuation, short failure. It's real simple. So I set about building that. And it had to be sequential, A, B, C trigger, A, B trigger, etc. And there has to be, when you're doing it in this system at least, there needs to be one rule for everything. Long, short, IB high, IB low, end of day rule, etc. These are the rules that I came up with, and they proved to be accurate. At that point, you can then backtest the system. So let's make sure I have okay. This is where I can do the what ifs, break even, scale, that kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to take the trade. I don't think it'll have any effect over here, to be honest with you. Let's give it a whirl and see what happens. Set up the backtest. The MES, 2 contracts. Let's make this 500 days. Cut this short. RTH session. $1.23 round trip. That's what on the MES, that's what ARC AMP charges me. And here's all the rest of the stuff, the kinds of reports I want, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Backtest. Okay, there you go. It just took 6 seconds to backtest 493 days. And actually I want to change that 488 because I don't want the last couple of days of 2023 in there. Let's go back to, I forgot about that, sorry. Let's make it 488, where that went. I think that's just 2 years of trading days. We'll see. Didn't do very good, but close. The 16th of January, 2024, 482 days till through last Thursday, last Wednesday afternoon. 983 trades, 527 long, 456 short, $1,209 commission. There's the gross, there's the net. It's the micro, remember. This doesn't look right to me. 314 wins, average win is 66 bucks. 669, no, that's crazy. 669, oh no, I know what it is. Yeah, I remember that, I remember. Now, I have factored in commissions, okay? So for every scratch trade is actually a loss of $1.23 because the winner isn't slightly more than the loser. You understand? So let's make it simple for everybody here. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else. Set up. Let's just get rid of the commission. Now it will be simple. Now it'll be win, loss, or scratch. And let's make this whatever the hell it is. I don't know. 493. Let's call it that and see what happens. Okay, what do we got now? Well, the 9th of January till the other day. Now we're talking. Remember now that this is not really net because there's no commissions taken out of there, but we're not going to worry about 1,200 bucks. At this point, I do it in a spreadsheet, so it's not a big deal. Now let's see what the trade plays out to be. Much better. Now there's 315 winners. There's 292 losses. Average winner 67.56, average loser 29.61. R multiple is 2.28 and we're 31% profitable, but this is kind of deceptive because it's not taking into consideration the scratches. And what do I mean by that? Well, there's 315 and 292. So that's 600 and something. And there's 300 and something over here. So there are about 300. There's about 300 scratches involved. So this is going to be a little bit better than 50%. I can tell you that right now. And we can look at that. Let's see if I can do that now like I usually do. Let's see if I can do this here. Well, I can in a minute, I guess. Okay. So there are 990 trades. Oh, wait a minute here. Yeah. There's 990 trades. There was some amount of days, I forget how many. 487 days. Sorry, this is kind of clunky, I realize. 487 days. Now there are, god damn, what's going on here? Oh shit, okay. Now there's 315 wins. What a bitch. This doesn't work as good as it used to work with my, there we go. 315 wins. Average winner is 67.56. 292 losers. Average is 29.61. There you go. We have a 51.16% win rate, loss rate, package size, expectancy is $16.08. Our multiple is 1.02. Profit factor is 1.08. Risk to reward is 2.28. Well, isn't that amazing? Right there. So it ties together. And trades per day is 2.3. And then you can look at the individual stuff over here in ticks and all those kind of things. So that's the way you vet a trade. Now you know what your win rate is, your loss rate, what your expectancy is. You can figure out how many trades you expect to win. 32% of the time you expect a T1. 15% of the time of the trades you're going to get T2, and then the stops. That is vetting a trade. And here's where I have done that over all of these trades, ES and MES. And I have all of these statistics in here, including standard deviation, average return, return index, Sharpe ratio, Saltino, beta alpha, correlation squared, and rule changes if I made them. And I think this is the only way you can really look at a trade and compare apples and apples and determine whether you have a good. Why is that not doing that? I don't know why that's doing that. Right here is why it's doing that. 12. There you go. This is the only way to systematically and, somewhat scientifically approach what you're doing. And so therefore, that's what I'm up to. Now, what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about that trade, I will do this tonight again. And what these are here is trail, trigger, and trail plus entry. So for example, 12-12-48. No trigger, no trail entry. Let's say I want to go to break even. When we get to T1, I trail to 0. So that means the minute we get to T1, the stop moves to 0. What if we get to plus T1 plus another 12? So that's 24 ticks. That'd be right here, huh? Say well, this is a bad example, but let's say we want to get to 24 ticks. When the price gets to 24 ticks, we've already achieved T1. When it gets to 24 ticks, we trail to T1. So this would be 24 and 12. That way, you know exactly what the numbers are. I know exactly what the numbers are. I can see exactly what my gross would be, what my win rate, loss rate, expectancy, and R factor, and risk reward ratio, and profit factor are. Exactly. And I could expect that over, these are for, this is a terrible example. These are for 18 days in November. Sorry, this is last week. This is exactly what I would expect over 488 days. Looking back that far. That's how you backtest the system. And then you do that away from the market. And tomorrow you come in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and you trade that sucker. Period. Now, those things that I just mentioned, I can code up. What I haven't figured out yet, because I haven't tried. Oh, and one other thing I forgot to mention. If you're real anal about this, which you should be if it's your money, you can look at each and every trade, date, entry time, trade setup, outcome, T1 long, T1 2, and the exact profit, return, or, you know, money return for each one of them. Full stop, scratch, full T2, both T1 and T2. You can look at every trade, go back and graph them. You can send them to a chart and look at them graphically as we're looking at this one here. It's pretty good system, and I think it's the only way for you to do it correctly. And it's the way that Renaissance Technology, Tom Sosnoff, you know, some of them like Sosnoff may use discretion. I think this, I don't think that, whatever. Renaissance Technology is 100% code, algorithmic, absolutely. So there you go. That's the backtesting story. That's how I set it up. That's how I come about these trades that I take, what I call them and why, where the targets are and why, and it's all done by backtesting and math ahead of time. So there you go. Now at the bottom of the hour or so, we'll do the market wrap, and then we will have the market on close orders at 1450 and wind this baby up at the top of the hour. All right. Well, what'd we do? We did a whole lot of traveling and didn't get too far, huh? Here we are. Here's the open. shower when I get back again. All right, it's the final hour here. We are, I got to speed it up a little bit. I got to get down to school early. Sorry about that. I mean, I will close the stream at 1500 as normal, but I got a couple things to do here ahead of that. So here we are. There's our day. Personal point of view, couple of trades, scratch. 12 contracts in and out, nothing. So I'm basically down. I'm basically down on commissions, I would guess. But there's that. We had a basically a big rotational day. Huh? We didn't get too far out of that. What is this shit down here? Oh, look at this. This did not cancel this limit order. My. Somehow or another, I've got a limit order sitting down here for 2 lots. This is not a good thing. How did that get in there? Not in there anymore. I'm glad I noticed that, huh? That must have been me remote clicking somewhere by accident. Very important to just smack this thing about 50 times before you're done. And this one, close all and cancel, okay? That'd piss you off. That'd be pretty disappointing, huh? I'm glad I did that. I'm glad I saw that. It's a good learning thing, I hope, for somebody. All right, let's get over here to what we did. Well, here's the micro composite, which again is just RTH session chart. Daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them now. Tonight, after in the session close and restart, I'll draw a volume profile around these two, and this will be the new micro composite. Because of price overlapping, this is a gap which did not close yet. By drawing these high and low volume nodes will not be here. They'll be in this little profile. The micro composite volume profile will be up here. There's going to be one here from this one up here from this one, and one here for this little guy. Look forward to that. The market profile. And I am guessing volume's just about normal now. Let's have a look. 73% still light, and 25%. I don't know why I can never seem to get that right. I have in my mind that we trade about 1.3 million. Oh, I know what it is. I'm busy looking at the mini instead of the micro. There we go. Mini regular is about 1.5 or 1.3. Anyway. All right. You know where we are. For the back testing, I don't think I need to bring that up anymore or drag that through the mud any further. Reporting. My new browser here and I are not getting along very good. So reporting is this really irritating. I don't know why this son of a gun is not remembering that. I've done this now 3 times. Clear all. This is bullshit. We just cleared all of these and it won't remember them. Look at there. How can there possibly be any Any. So let's go United States only. I know we'll put Canada in there at some point because I like to do that. Usually I put EU too, but let's just see what we have going on here. Let's hope it remembers that. Okay. Now, remember that this is free. You get ads, okay. It's not maybe real time, but I don't mind. And this is the presentation that I prefer to use as a snap or Discord or whatever. You can also look at holidays and earnings and dividends and whatever else you want to look at over here. Tomorrow, let's see what we got going on. There's JOLTS tomorrow and Bowman speaking, construction spending. This week, what do we got going on? Wednesday, S&P PMI, non-farm change, initial jobless claims, Michigan number, PCE. Okay. I'm not going to look at earnings. Last time I did that, this was all upside down. Okay. Investing.com. Free. Help yourself. Financial juice. The same idea. Filtered. You can only filter over here. Filtered. But one thing it does do that's nice, this is the calendar, so to speak, which I don't like the format as well, but it's really nice that they add things in through the day. Levitt's going to have us talking, the gal at the press secretary. Trump's going to say something at 1500. We already knew Powell was going to speak at 1900, no problem. And then on the right side over here is more of a squawk box affair throughout the day, and this is where we're going to see the market on close imbalance orders over here. Again, free. Pay for it if you want to. I'm sure they'd be tickled to death. Don't think there's really anything else to go over particularly that I haven't done already. Let me see something here. Do you think it's worth taking a moment to talk about the fact that the most critical equipment you have in your trading desk or trading office is on your side of the monitor? No, think about it. We spend all kinds of time and money and brain power and analysis to figure out the best monitors and the best refresh rate and the best software to use and what kind of trigger and backtest this strategy and on and on and on. And what's really the most important thing? Your eyes take in all that information, your brain processes it, and uses that to make financial decisions that affect your family and you. The most important tool you've got is sitting between your ears, man. And most people pay the least amount of attention to that. You know, it's so important to be properly rested, properly hydrated, fuel. Don't even get near the mouse or trading if you're on emotional tilt. We sit and stare at these screens for hours and hours and hours. Your eyes are the short focus muscles of your eyes are in constant tension. Get up every hour, get up every couple hours, look out the door, walk outside, focus down the street, get some fresh air, you know? Also very important to stay physically fit, healthy as you can. I'm fortunate enough to have a large enough office here, and I have just standing desks, 2 of them in an L with this mess all over them. I can step back and do squats or curls, or, you know, I've got some dumbbells and stuff, or I pull up bar in the doorway. I can do whatever I want and still be watching screens. Mute the mic so you guys don't hear me huffing and puffing, but you know what I mean? You've got to do that. It's really important. I couldn't stress how important that is to your trading. It's like going out to a car race, or, you know, and the thing's running on, you know, it's missing on 3 cylinders, or you go to play NBA ball and you've got a sprained ankle or whatever else. You know, you don't do that. This is a highly competitive professional sport, professional endeavor. You really need to be bringing your A game. So it's real important to do that. We're going to get the market on close imbalance in about 7 minutes. And then we'll wrap this up at the top of the hour. Remember that I stream every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500. Because I'm here trading anyway, and this is my virtual journal. Also, it provides complete transparency and accountability. I trade live. I keep nothing back. I talk about everything I'm thinking and show it on my screens. What my setup is, what's my trigger, when am I going to get in, what am I waiting for, what am I looking for? Boom, there's the entry. What happens? All of that stuff. And I try to keep an accurate timestamp every day because, I mean, it's 7 hours, eh? I'm sure as hell not going to sit and listen to 7 hours of it every day. I don't imagine anybody else will, but I'm going to want to look at trade 1, trade 2, and trade 3. I may want to listen to the pre-market, whatever, you know. I might want to know more about backtesting and go see that. I suggest you can do the same. And thanks a lot for coming through. Please like and subscribe. That helps. It's nice to have feedback and, you know, some camaraderie. Trading's a lonely business. Also, if I push these session prices live continuously from 1700 on Sunday night until 1600 on Friday night, if you would like these session prices for either the micros or the minis or the NQ ES, drop a thumbs up and a subscription and something in the chat room, and I'll hook you up with the URL for it. It comes from Google Sheets, and it just is a CSV file you can put into your Cloud Note column or into your trading line indicator over here, or whatever other program you use that uses something similar. And it's live and direct from my IRTDU. No problem, free. Okay, we got about 7 minutes or so now or 6 for the market on close and balance. And then I'm going to close it off quick and hit the shower. I got to shave, shower, and get out of the way for Tam. So she's got to go into school an hour earlier today. And then I'll be back at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow after a night's working on this plan. Working on this trail up deal. To trail or not to trail, that's the question, eh? All right, a minute and a half. And I'm not saying means anything. It used to be a fairly important event. Frequently, we don't even see a move over here. I don't notice any movement. But old habits die hard. And here we go, 30 seconds. Maybe. Maybe. And there's the market on close. Just a little bit of a blurb right here, huh? I don't see anything, but trust me, it'll pop up. Pop up over here pretty. There it is. All right, 920 million sell side. S&Ps. 324 million buy side. The Nas quack and Dow 30 is sell 182 million and the Mag 7's buy 383. There you are. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that exciting? So this is the little blurb we got there. All right. Well, I'm going to get ready to. I'm going to eat my own dog food and go shave and get ready to take Tam to school. So I'll be back here to close this off at 3:1500. Stay warm wherever you are. It's 45. It's supposed to get colder tonight. I'm worried about the water pipes and the animals outside and whatever else. So I'll be right back.
Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura, amolece a dor e ingratidão. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor perdura, basta ter carinho e compreensão. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Deixa que o amor invade a porta da tua casa. Deixa que o carinho seja o beijo de uma flor. Desde pequenino que eu sei que o amor é cura.
There we go. Have a great night. Get away from your screens. Go out and do something good for yourself. Most importantly, be back here at 0800 in the morning. Have a good one. All the best.